The study session of the Aurora City Council for Monday, February 7, 2022 is called to order. Will the clerk please read the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Here.
Councilmember Coombs?
Present.
Councilmember Gardner?
Here.
Councilmember Drinsky?
Here.
Councilmember Lawson?
Here.
Councilmember Marcano?
Present.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Medio?
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg? Councilmember Zvonik? Councilmember Zvonik?
Here.
There's a quorum.
Announcement of the public call-in line.
Thank you for joining tonight. Thank you for joining tonight's Aurora City Council study session. If you are listening on the phone, please note public comments are not taken during study sessions. The phone line is in listen-only mode. The City Council welcomes comments at regular council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. The phone line opens for sign up on those evenings at 6 p.m.
Is there a Spanish version?
No, Mayor, just the English version.
Oh, very well. Matthew Snyder is the first individual up to be interviewed for the Civil Service Commission.
And he is on the call right now and ready to be interviewed, Mayor.
Very well. Okay. Matthew, thank you so much for your interest in being on the Civil Service Commission. You will have 2 minutes to introduce yourself and explain why you were interested in serving on the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have lived in Aurora since 2011. I moved here from Texas, but I'm originally from New York. I came here, because I have family in the area. When I relocated here, I had sold my business down in Texas and retired, and came up here to basically be closer to my kids and grandchild. And wherever I am, I try to find a way to serve my community. And I think I have a unique background for this particular position in that I used to be a New York City auxiliary police officer. And I think I bring that experience, the entire range of that experience would be very useful in serving on this commission.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, you have the first question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Schneider, for applying. I know we interviewed you back in November, so thank you for being here again. So my question is that the commission is responsible for conducting hearings on discipline appeals that are filed by the police officers or firefighters. Mm-hmm. And so the commission's authorized to confirm, reverse, or modify a disciplinary order. Do you have any experience with this type of proceedings? And then also, do you believe you could be objective in handling such matters?
Yes, yes to both. In the first place, back in I own my own company and I have 35 employees. And so I had to go through hiring and an occasional termination and retention interviews, things like that. But my biggest experience for this comes from when I worked for LTV Corporation, which at one point in time was the 50th largest corporation in the world. And I was in charge of the benefits and compensation department. And I had 160 employees directly under my responsibility. I had 5 executive officers in charge of each division and employees under that. And then I was also responsible the final responsibility for the benefits and compensation decisions of 55,000 participants. That being said, I've done and conducted hiring and termination interviews, and I have also heard and ruled on decisions about when a director of those divisions would make a termination decision. If there was an appeal, that came to me, and I was the final authority on that. So I do have a lot of experience with that, and I think I'd be very useful here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, and I forgot to tell you, but you were within your time frame. You have 2 minutes to answer each question. Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Matt, for joining us again.
Thank you.
And my question actually is the same as last time, so I suppose you have the benefit of interviewing a second time, which is, given the consent decree, there are likely to be significant changes to the operations of the Civil Service Commission. How will you adjust to changes that may be made?
Well, thank you for asking that same question again. Appreciate that. I've had, like you said, the benefit of thinking about that. This is going to be a painful time for the city and its civil service employees. I think I have not read the entire consent decree. What I have read is what's been available to the general public. And it does require significant changes. I think what I can bring to this is a fairness of mind and a fairness of decision making. In order for the public to have confidence that its civil service employees are going to do right by them, everything needs to be transparent and above board and easily understood. And in order for the civil service employees to feel like they are being heard, the whole process has to be clear and concise. And what I'm going to be looking for is that the administration and implementation of the consent decree follows those two general principles, that it's clear and concise, and on its face is fair and even-handed, because you just can't have, you just can't have confidence either by the civil service employees or the public unless it is that way. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, and that's what I'm going to look to implement in this consent decree. It's very wide-ranging. It's going to require a lot of cooperation between the city, and the Attorney General's office. It won't be without pain, but it can be made to be as smooth as possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Matt. Thanks for being here again. So my question is, can you give me one thing, something unique about you that you might bring to the Civil Service Commission that another candidate might not?
Well, as I said at the beginning in my introduction, I was a New York City auxiliary police officer. And I'm not sure if any of the other candidates bring, policing experience, but, I've had that. I spent 2 years on the force, and in addition to going through the academy. So that's something that I'm not sure if the other candidates have. It gives me an empathy and a respect for the civil service employees, whether they be police or fire, because it's a rigorous entry program either way. The other thing is, when I first got up to Colorado, I spent a year working for the Fire and Police Pension Association over in Greenwood Village. And I got to talk to an awful lot of officers, either fire officers or police officers. And I got the benefit of hearing their feedback of what their experience is in working in, civil service in Colorado. So I think I have a wealth of information and personal experience in what it's like to actually be a police officer, to be able to, again, fairly and equitably interact with the officers and develop policies and procedures that would apply to them.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Yes. Hi, Matt. Thank you so much for applying. I want to know, do you think that ever there's opportunities for police officers to be rehabilitated?
Oh, of course. Of course. Absolutely.
It's not a trick question. I just wanted to, that's all I wanted.
No, absolutely. We've got, if I can weigh in, just briefly, we've got a lot of issues that we have to confront. And, it's really easy to be on one side of the issue or the other when it comes to police action and discipline. But there very seldom is there one point of failure in any type of system. And so there's a lot going on when it comes to training and discipline and rehabilitation. And we would be really remiss in our duty to the public servants who've, come to work for the city of Aurora if we didn't give them an opportunity after they made a mistake to make it right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Matt. Thank you for applying and welcome. My question to you is, the commission creates and maintains a set of rules and regulations outlining police and fire hiring and promotion procedures. Could you give some examples where you have been involved in writing policy, creating and coordinating policy?
Sure. Well, within my own company, I did that as I built it up over the years. And I can tell you from personal experience that writing a personnel and manual is not the easiest thing in the world to do. And when I was at LTV Corporation, I had to do that as well for an entire division of the company. We had to fit within the general framework of all of the human resources policies and procedures, but we had specific procedures within the benefits department, and that had to do a lot with privacy, because we're always dealing with personal information within the HR, the benefits department, and so we had to write extensive privacy rules and regulations. And then prior to that, before I became the benefits manager of LTV, I worked as an employee benefits paralegal. And so I was working with law firms that actually wrote manuals, practice and procedure manuals that we did for other firms. And I had a lot to do with that too. So yeah, I have a lot of experience doing that. And, I never really thought I would be doing that again, but I think I could draw on that experience pretty well.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Matt, for joining us once again.
Sure.
My question for you is a little different from last time. Previous civil service commissions have overturned discipline from the chief on issues ranging from intoxication on the job to using racial epithets on the job. If a similar situation came before you, how would you handle those two scenarios? And please explain your rationale.
Well, one of the things in my background is I am an ordained United Methodist pastor, and I do not, I'm currently not serving in a church, obviously, but I have theological training from Bright Divinity School. I've spent the better part of my life being involved in social justice issues from a faith standpoint. And I don't tolerate, I don't put up with any form of racism, period, full stop. I have read some of the commentary about some of the decisions, the reversals, and, you know, in all honesty, you know, I don't have all the facts, but the way sometimes it presents to the media, it's rather incendiary. So there's lots of things that go on behind the scenes and lots of information behind the scenes that's not available to the public. So I hesitate to comment on that, but I want to assure you that the last thing I will tolerate is racism in any form, simply because that as a matter of faith and as a matter of ethics, it's just wrong, period, and full stop. That's it. So, I mean, I hope that is sufficient in 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Snyder, for interviewing.
Sure.
My question is kind of similar. It's would you uphold terminations involving those who disparage and demean the very people they swear an oath to serve and protect? What is your process on that? Your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, following up on my prior answer, thanks for a dovetail question. Following up on that, the likelihood would I uphold a termination is if that was the salient fact that the officer involved had demonstrated repeatedly, you know, contempt for people of color or contempt for anybody for that matter, but specifically for people of color, I don't think I would ever overturn a termination like that, because that says to me that this person's values don't comport with the city of Aurora's, which is to be inclusive, which is to be respectful of everybody that's here. You know, I don't think I would go against a termination if that person, that officer displayed such contempt for other people. You know, it doesn't comport with my own values. So I wouldn't want that person, you know, being out there representing me or the city of Aurora, because that's just not right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me just make sure my audio is working. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the support on that. Hi, Matt. Thanks for applying once again.
Hi.
My question to you is how would you overcome implicit bias in your decision-making process as a commissioner?
Well, all of us bring baggage to decision making. The sum of our experience, the sum of our learning, and the thing that I try to do is, you know, check in with myself and say, you know, I understand that there's lots that I don't see, just because when I look in the mirror, you know, what's staring back, you know, is an old white guy, you know, and I have to I have to consciously think about what I am doing and what I am missing when I evaluate facts in a situation. That's what I do for myself when I'm faced with a decision. It doesn't mean that I totally eliminate the bias that I have, but I at least actively try to overcome it and deal with it in an honest way, knowing that, there's always something I'm going to miss.
Let's see, Councilmember Sundberg.
Hi, Matt, thanks for being here. My question
Thank you.
refers to hiring. Do you believe the hiring process should remain in effect as it is now? For example, I've heard from some officers that it takes too long and we might lose good candidates as a result of that, yet we do have to be selective. So are there any changes that you might make?
Well, what I would have to do is, it was really hard to get on the New York City Police Department when I applied all those many years ago. That took almost a full year of interviews and processing and all of that. So I don't think our process takes quite that long. But we're in a really precarious place right now as a city because we're under a consent decree. We have citizens that don't have any faith in the police department. We have police that feel disaffected and demoralized. We have a double-edged problem right now. I don't know how long the process takes right now, but what I would say to you is I will look at how long it takes and everything that's involved based upon my experience, based upon the wisdom and experience of the current commission members. And, I have friends who are police officers as well. I take that input and evaluate what that process is and see sincerely whether or not it requires modification. But I don't want to shortcut anything. If it takes 4 to 5 months to take somebody a lateral move from another department, or it, takes that long to clear somebody who just has a post commission, and the other commission members say it really does take this long to do this. I think I would stick with that, but I'm open sincerely to looking at anything that will make the process better without diminishing the quality of the candidates.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Matt, for applying.
Yes, sir.
You've had an opportunity now to kind of dig into this commission and understand its roles and responsibilities. Are there any processes, as you've done this, especially given your business background and experience in law enforcement, that you've looked at and said, what, if I were on the commission, these are the types of, or these are changes or potentially types of changes that I would want to push for in the commission?
Well, I have not read every word of the commission's, rules and regulations and policies and procedures. And because I've been in business, because I've run a big company, because I ran a huge division of a Fortune 50 company, the first thing I always do whenever I get into a new situation is I keep my mouth shut and I read and I learn what's there. I try and learn the history of why something is in place before I make a recommendation about changing stuff, because the old saying is fools rush in where angels fear to tread. I am not prepared to change something that I don't know that's broken. It's kind of the same answer that I just gave to Councilmember Sundberg is, don't change something before you know it's broken. I am sure because of the existing problems that we have as a city with the civil service, civil servants, that there are changes that probably have to be made, both in policy and procedure. But I can't give an intelligent answer about which particular thing needs to be changed at this point. I don't want to lie to you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, you have 1 minute for closing comments.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate, the opportunity to interview again. I hope this time that my answers have been clearer and more complete, and reassure you that I would bring valuable knowledge and experience to this commission. I simply want to serve my city in whatever way I possibly can. Again, I think I can do this particular job very effectively and serve the city faithfully. And I hope you give me that opportunity.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time tonight, and I appreciate your interest in the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, sir.
Next up will be Barbara Thielen.
Okay, Mayor, if we could just have 1 minute to get her logged in.
Okay.
Mayor Herbert Green is actually on the call right now. We're having some technical difficulties with Barbara. So if you want to start with him, we'll switch the interview times.
Okay, Herbert Green?
Hello.
Herbert, thank you so much for applying for the Civil Service Commission and for your interest in serving our city. You will have 2 minutes for introductory remarks to say why you're interested in the commission, and then you'll have 10 questions and you'll have 2 minutes to answer each question. Please proceed.
My name is Herbert Green. I've lived in Aurora since 1979, so I've watched the city grow and change over the years. And the constant that's always been there is the high quality of people that work for the city of Aurora. Over the years, like all citizens, I've had to deal with various departments in Aurora, and the people have always been polite, knowledgeable, and friendly to work with. For myself, I'm a retired registered nurse. I was an Air Force officer as a nurse. Most of my career was spent in surgery. So dealing with people under very stressful conditions was the normal, not the abnormal. Dealing with people who are stressed out by the whole thought of surgery, which is normal. And the hardest was dealing with parents when you're taking their most precious gift back to surgery. And you have to help them understand and become comfortable with the fact you have the most precious thing in their life. And you're going to take the best care of that person as much as they would care for them. So dealing with people stressed out and not in the best of circumstances is normal. Providing service, that's what all nurses do. That's the core of our belief in serving. And I expect anybody who works for the city of Aurora to be dedicated to serving this city and its citizens. And that's why 2 minutes. I know it's less than that, but it pretty much explains who I am.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen for the first question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Green, for applying for the commission. The commission is responsible for conducting hearings on discipline appeals that are filed by police officers and firefighters. The commission is authorized to confirm, reverse, or modify the disciplinary order. Do you have any experience in this type of proceedings? And then could you also be objective in dealing with such matters?
As an Air Force officer, I had to deal with what's called Article 15s, which is non-judicial punishment of military members under my command. So I'm very familiar with dealing with the legalities and listening to all the facts and making a call on that. As a nurse, I've had to deal with police officers, some who don't understand the surgical process, and we had to explain to them that no carrying a gun into the OR is not an appropriate scenario, that the patient is going to be totally asleep and not moving. You can stand outside the door, and as soon as they're awake, I'll be happy to have you come in, but they will be secured to the bed. You can watch that happen. So I'm used to dealing with that. As far as being objective, I think everybody deserves a fair chance to explain why something happened, what caused them to do that, and to try to understand that. And I have to, having been on both sides of the table, management and a worker bee, I understand both sides of the situation. And sometimes things happen and people don't get the fair shake and they deserve it. Other times, when they've been told what you did is wrong and untenable, you have to say, yes, that's wrong and untenable and does not represent what Aurora stands for. And to me, it's very important that anybody who represents Aurora provide everybody with the best light of what Aurora is, a great community.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, thank you, Herbert, for joining us and for applying for the commission. My question is, given the consent decree that has been agreed to by the city with the Attorney General's office, there are likely to be significant changes to how the Civil Service Commission operates. How will you approach adapting to those changes?
Reason there's a consent decree is because Aurora's had problems. And there needs to be change happen. To me, change is good. And as a civil service commission, we need to look at what they're offering and accept it and adopt it and go forward with it. Trying to fight it is ridiculous. We want to make a better city. And I think the consent decree is all about us becoming a better city and better represented by our police force and fire departments on the street. So I have no problem with dealing with whatever they ask for. The issue is, how do we incorporate it into how the Civil Service Commission works and make it applicable?
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Herbert, for your application and for being here tonight. My question is, what is something unique about you, a skill set that you would bring to the commission that another applicant might not?
Nurses have a core value. And every nurse is taught this in nursing school and goes with that their entire career. And that is, we put our patients first, over and above everything else. I bring that value to the commission, that people are important, that no matter what we're doing, the person we're dealing with is a human being and deserves to be treated with respect, to be listened to, and to have fair judgment made upon whatever it is. The first day of my school, many, many years ago, the director of nursing gave us 2 mantras to live by. I created my whole career, and my career has been on those mantras. The first one was, don't do anything you wouldn't do for your mother. If you do that, you'll always make the right choice. And the second was, if you can't explain to 12 people who know nothing about medicine what you did, you probably shouldn't be doing it. And I think anybody who is in the public view needs to look at those values as ways to interact with our citizens. Would you treat your mother this way? Can you explain to 12 people why you did this and why it was right? If you can't answer those yes, then you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Yes, hi, Herbert. I would like to know, do you believe that officers can be rehabilitated?
Ma'am, if we take off the table the fact that people cannot change how they do life, then it's a sad scenario that I don't want to be part of. Every human being should be offered the opportunity. You've made a mistake, you've done things bad, or you had some wrong thinking. And with proper therapy and intervention, you can come back to being a useful citizen and a valuable member of the city of Aurora. So I don't think anybody is a lost cause. It's when they've come to the point that they've done something so egregious and they're not willing to face it, that then we have to deal with the fact they're not willing to be a part of our city and share its values. But a lot of people, when they're faced with the fact that, yeah, I was wrong, and I did something wrong, or maybe my thinking about it was wrong, but given their opportunity interventions, and they show a willingness to do that, I have no problem with that. I think it's wonderful. Nobody is a lost cause in this world. Nobody. It's only a lost cause if we let it be.
Councilmember Lawson.
Mr. Green, thank you for applying for the commission. Thank you for your military service and also your service to the community as well. My question for you is, the commission creates and maintains a set of rules and regulations outlining the police and fire hiring and promotion procedures. Could you give some examples where you have been involved in writing policy, creating and coordinating policy?
That's a routine thing that happens with nurses all the time. Working in surgery, I was the head of many departments over the years: ENT, open heart, plastics, ophthalmology, that dealt with training people and saying some people who weren't qualified, writing contracts for materials, devising policies to make sure that everybody understood their roles and what had to be done in that department, and answering their questions and taking their input, saying, well, Herb, would this be a better way of doing it? And saying, let's take a look at that. I believe firmly that if you don't listen to the people working for you, you lose out on great opportunities and changes that may make things better. I don't have all the answers. Nobody does. if you work with the people you're working with, you can get great results every time. So I'm a big collaborator. I don't know everything, but I'm willing to listen and take that advice and say, okay, this is an idea we have here. Let's look at it. Let's see if it works. If it does, we incorporate it. That's the hallmark of anybody who wants to work in a group. You've got to listen to everybody, take their input, and be open to it. You don't know how they have the answers. I don't. I'm open.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Green, for your interest in serving our city. My question for you is, previous civil service commissions have overturned discipline from chiefs on issues ranging from intoxication on the job to using racial epithets on the job. If a similar situation came before you, how would you handle those two scenarios? And please explain your rationale.
Everybody is responsible for their actions. We have one of the most diverse cities in the entire state of Colorado. I love that. The reason I live here still. My neighborhood's very diverse. I love that. Intoxication, I'll give you two ways it can go. If a police officer comes to his boss and says, look, I got a problem and I want help, that officer should get all the help he needs and all the rehabilitation he needs, no questions asked. When an officer is pulled out of his car intoxicated with a loaded gun in the car, that is not something negotiable. That's a hazard to society, and he needs to be off the force. That's the difference. If he'd have come forward and said, look, I got a problem, anybody, then the city should work with that person to help the problem. But when you get caught red-handed, that's too late. I'm sorry. We have a duty to protect our citizens and the best possible people representing the city of Aurora.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for applying. And thank you, Mayor. My question is, would you uphold terminations involving those who disparage and demean the very people they swear an oath to serve and protect? What is your thought process on that?
As I said earlier, I don't think anybody is beyond rehabilitation. But if their core values are that, and they're unwilling to change their core values, and they could disparage our citizens, then they do not have a position in the city of Aurora. They're representing our city and our citizens. And we have an incredibly diverse citizenry, and they all deserve respect and treatment as if you would treat your own mother, as I said earlier. So if they're unwilling to see their faults and work with us with whatever rehab we can provide them, then they don't belong in representing the city of Aurora. That's a core value. You know, I don't want me treated that way. I don't want any of my neighbors treated that way. And it comes back to what I was taught in nursing school. You can't treat everybody like they're your mother. Always make the right choice and do the right thing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Herbert, for taking the time to interview. My question is, how would you overcome implicit bias in the decision-making process as a commissioner?
Bias is a problem throughout our society. Everybody likes to point the finger at a particular department or a particular city, but it's pandemic across the country. Well, we have to step up to the plate, and part of that is educating our workforce and our people, not hiring people who associate with groups or even allow them to be associated with groups. Anybody associating with Proud Boys, pardon me, does not belong in the city of Aurora government. They're violent and they're racist. Anybody in the 3%ers, same thing. So why would we allow a police officer or a fireman who's members of those groups to be part of the city of Aurora and represent us? We have to draw the line somewhere. And the city of Aurora is a great city. So I lived here since '79. It's diverse, it's wonderful, I love this place. But we need to continue our great city by having people who represent the city on the front lines respect and honor all of our citizens and not be part of groups that advocate violence or racism. Should not be part of any of our departments anywhere.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Herbert, thank you for being here, sir. This relates to hiring and the hiring process within the agency and the committee. Do you believe the hiring process should remain in effect as it is now? Some say it might take too long, where we could lose excellent candidates along the way. And is there anything you might change with it?
I know there's been problems in the hiring process. We've had officers who've been hired who should never have been hired. I think when you're hiring a police officer, you're hiring a person with the right to pull a gun and kill people. It's a very high level of responsibility. And you need to do a very careful background check. In some instances, at least in the press, that has not been done. And I also have to say, our current police chief seems to be working very hard to make our force more friendly to the citizenry and weeding out the bad cases. It's a long process, it is. But you know, go for a nurse and get hired somewhere. I'll tell you right now. You get background checks, fingerprinting, checking your nursing license, checking all the nursing licenses you ever held. Yeah, you don't walk in and 2 days later get working. Any place with a high level of responsibility has a high level of regard to making sure they're hiring the right people, the right qualification to be in that position. And you can't ask for a more high-risk job than a police officer or a fireman. And you really got to know who you're hiring. So it may take a little longer. And yes, you may lose a qualified candidate, but you also may lose 3 that are not qualified because you find out, well, they have domestic violence issues in the past. Do you want domestic violence on our police force? I don't think so. That means they got a temper problem. But yes, that's where I believe.
Councilmember Zavada.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for applying. So you had mentioned in a response to Councilmember Murillo that bias is everywhere and that it's a pandemic. So what biases do you have and how do you think that they might impact you as you take on this role in the commission?
I come from a very solid old-fashioned Midwest raising. Solid core values. I really have very little tolerance to lying. I have very little tolerance to domestic violence. I think both of those things are awful. I absolutely have incredibly little tolerance. Anything dealing with child abuse, usage. And those color my thing, and I do not tolerate them. I will stand up and I will be very verbal about it. My personal thing is I like to think things through. If you were to think about anything about me, it would be if I get really angry, and I know I got a temper at times, the rule I take is wait 24 hours before I say anything. Let me think it through. Why am I mad and what does it mean? And if 24 hours later I'm still upset about it, how do I address it in a productive way instead of just reacting and yelling? So that's my core values.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
I think I offer a lot to the commission. I also understand there's probably a lot of candidates who are equally or better qualified than I am on paper. But I'm also a great believer that the person is the most important thing. I have watched people grow and develop and change over the years. And if I can be personal about this, Mr. Kaufman, I have watched your career over the years. I've watched how you developed and changed to represent the people you're supposed to. And I know some people were upset by that. I respected it, and I still do. I respect every elected official who moves and changes with the facts and the knowledge of who they represent and do that accordingly. That's what kind of person I am. I'm very contemplative and very thinking, and I think you need that on the Civil Service Commission. You limit disciplinary action, and you have to gather all the facts to make a judgment. That'll affect someone's life. You don't do that cavalierly or with a quick reaction.
Mr. Green, thank you so much for applying for the Civil Service Commission and for your interest in serving our city.
My pleasure, sir.
Katie, is Barbara Cleveland ready?
Yes, she is on the line now.
Okay.
I'm getting out of here.
Uh,
Good night, folks.
all right.
Okay, am I here? Yes, I am. I see. And first, let me start by saying
There we go.
sorry. I am so sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
Barbara, thank you so much for applying for the Civil Service Commission. And you will have 2 minutes for opening remarks as to why you want to be on the Civil Service Commission. And then you'll have 2 minutes to answer each question from council members. So please proceed with your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing me the opportunity to do this. I appreciate this. As to why, if you look at my history, I go back to, I originally started on the Budget Committee, was on Planning Commission, was on City Council, as most of you are aware, for quite a while. And during my council years, I did work with civil service in trying to figure out a way to get more diversity into our police department and our fire service. We did some traveling to other cities and worked with their civil service, or talked to their civil service commissions to see if there were ways that we could work out within the city of Aurora. And one of the things we did come up with was the lateral entry program, of which the city eventually did. So this is just one I thought I enjoy giving back to the city and giving back to my community. That's why I'm doing this.
Much. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Barb, for applying for the commission and for your many years of service on council. As you know, the commission is responsible for conducting hearings on disciplinary appeals that are filed by the police officers or firefighters. The commission is authorized to confirm, reverse, or modify a disciplinary order. Do you have any experience with this type of proceedings? And do you think you could be objective in deciding such matters?
Absolutely. As you know, working on city council, being a council member, there are times that you are working with various groups, individuals, in deciding what should happen. And sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. But those things happen. And I know also in my work at Aurora Mental Health, which I worked at for 20 some years, we had opportunities that in working with some of the outside entities as to trying to figure out whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. So I feel I can do this. I've done it in the past in various situations. So I just need to take into all consideration of everything, both sides.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Hi, Barb. Thank you for joining us and thank you for applying for the commission. My question is, we have the consent decree coming down from the AG's office, which is likely to change the way that the Civil Service Commission operates. So how will you approach adapting to those changes?
Thank you for that question, because I have read the consent decree. And I think one of the things that is interesting in it is that the consent decree monitor will be working much closer with civil service, especially in hiring and some of those areas. And I think it's an opportunity for the civil service and the city, for police and fire, to see if we can find better ways, as I said, in our hiring practices. So I see no problem, because again, it's going to be working with the consent decree monitor a lot.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Barb. Thank you for being here. Can you let me know what's a unique skill set that you would bring to the commission that other candidates might not?
I think one of the things that I have always strived to do is I try to put myself in other people's shoes to see how they feel about situations. Part of the time that I was on city council, I was a victim advocate, and I got some awards for it. But I think it's the opportunity that I have taken in trying to find, I don't know if opportunity is the right word, but being able to look at things and try and see it in many different ways, from the beginning, the middle, and the end. If that helps.
Councilmember Jerwinski.
I think Councilmember Gardner is next.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gardner.
I already asked my question.
Oh, he just went. I'm sorry. Councilmember Jerwinski.
Oh, hi, Barb. I wanted to ask you, do you believe that police officers can be rehabilitated?
Yes, I think it's done in the training. I believe that we have an opportunity. I think the city, and I use the word opportunity a lot because I think the city is in a place that they have a chance to become very unique in some of the training that could be done. Now, is it part of the Civil Service Commission? They could provide some, but again, some of this is a policy decision too, coming from City Council. That might help. But do I think a police officer and a firefighter? Absolutely, absolutely. And it goes back to how you will do training. And again, some of this needs to come from the post board.
Thank you. Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Barb. Thank you for applying, and it's great to see you. And thank you for all your service on the city council and to this community as well. This is probably going to be an easy question for you, but the commission creates and maintains a set of rules and regulations outlining the police and fire hiring and promotion procedures. Could you give some examples where you've been involved in writing policy, creating, and coordinating policy?
Thank you, Angela. Absolutely. On city council, many of the committees that I was on, we wrote policy and coordinated. I was lucky enough to be on several national committees where we were setting policy and working with Congress and/or at the state legislature at the CML board, as you know, where you're writing and setting policy. So I've had the opportunity, and I've had the opportunity to work with others to try to get it implemented.
Thank you. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Barb, for your interest in continuing to serve the city. My question for you is, previous civil service commissions have overturned discipline from the chief on issues ranging from intoxication on the job to using racial epithets on the job. If a similar situation came before you, how would you handle those two scenarios? And please explain your rationale.
Thank you. It is possible. I believe that as a civil service commissioner, you have to hear both sides. It is my understanding that it would be similar to a trial, and you need to hear what the police department has to say and what the and/or fire department has to say, whichever. And that decision needs to be made in a fair and equitable. But honestly, I think you need to hear both sides. Can I live with if I feel it is appropriate and there's not been enough reason to overturn the two chiefs' decision? I have no problem with upholding some of the chief's decisions, but I would have to listen to both sides.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland, for applying, and thank you, Mayor. My question is, Would you uphold terminations involving those who disparage and demean the very people they swear an oath to serve and protect? And what is your thought process on that?
I appreciate that comment because it has happened. And do I approve of it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Again, I will go back to see the situation, to hear both sides of the situation. I cannot see any situation where you are demeaning someone that I could say that that was acceptable. But with just those comments, I really don't feel I should say yes or no or what should happen exactly. But I would definitely have to listen. But I have real issues with people using terms that against people. We've had that situation. I've had that situation happen to me too. So it's inappropriate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Barb. It's good to see you. Thanks for your willingness to serve the city once again. My question to you is, how would you overcome implicit bias in the decision-making process as a commissioner?
All of us, I believe, come with some sort of bias. But again, I go back to who I am, and what I try to do is trying to put myself in another person's shoes and to try and understand where they may be coming from. Do I understand totally? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I have to listen and learn, because for me, one of the biggest things in life is learning about other people and learning what their concerns are. And so would there be some? Absolutely. We all have it, as you said, inherent. But in my life and the way I have done things, I think it's just listening.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Hey, Barb, nice to see you. Thanks for all your service. I want to ask you about the all-important process of hiring. And I'm sure changes have been made over the years. I've heard from officers the process takes too long. We might lose people to other cities.
Mm-hmm.
Any changes that you foresee that you might want to make, or what are your thoughts on hiring?
As I said earlier in my comments, I took trips when I was a council member to other cities and talking to them. And there were some opportunities that we could have done in the city of Aurora with civil service, of which council did ask civil service at the time to look at them. Now, understanding that civil service sits apart from city council, and council does not have the right to tell civil service exactly what to do, we could make suggestions, and we did. And at the time, they didn't feel it was necessary. For me, that is something that in civil service, I think we can do. The city can do a much better job in the timing and getting people hired and in the testing process. One of the issues is doing more testing and doing a different way of testing so that people have an opportunity to know whether they're going to be hired or not. And then they can make decisions as to how to do their life. One of the things I would hope is that the Civil Service Commission would start looking at ways of doing the hiring and making it easier and getting a more diverse fire service and police service.
Thank you. Councilmember Zwanek.
Thanks, Barb, for applying and for all of the years of service and your willingness to continue to serve. Given your experience, and you've obviously seen the Civil Service Commission and some of the potential changes over the years, what are there any processes that you see, whether it's in the hiring, discipline, or even termination, that you think need to be reformed, regardless of what comes of the consent decree?
Well, I think that's kind of hard to say, because you're going to have to be working with the consent decree monitor. And again, it goes back to with civil service working with that consent decree monitor and how you do some of the hiring. I think one of the things, and this is really not the civil services purview, but I would like to see that there is better recruiting. The city of Aurora used to have a team of police and fire that would actually go out and do recruiting and go to places that we were definitely pushing to get a more diverse applicants for police and fire. And I would like to see the police chief and the fire chief use the laterals more. The lateral program was created specifically for a diverse police and fire service. The chiefs have the right to pick out who is in that lateral program. And half of a program can be laterals, but that's up to the chief to pick those candidates. So I'd like to see, and that's something that civil service has no say in, but that's something that you as council members and or the city manager have a say. And that's what I would think that could help create a more diverse police and fire.
Thank you. Councilmember Zavonic.
I just meant, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Barb, you have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Again, I apologize. I appreciate the opportunity. I worked, I think I said it, at Aurora Mental Health for quite a few years in community relations and legislation. And that was trying to educate people and working with police and fire in with some of the citizens that had mental health issues and substance abuse, especially issues. I worked with the JVC in getting some money created that we had a program years ago in the city of Aurora that police and fire could drop clients, citizens off. It's where Jefferson Hills is now. And that was funded for many years until the state legislature and other facilities quit funding it. But I think there is some opportunities here. As I said, I think the city, I am very, I love the city of Aurora. And I think we have some things that can be done and can be done better. So thank you very much. And again, I apologize for my lack of computer skills.
Thank you, Barbara. Katie, is Thomas Mays waiting on us?
Yes, we just had Thomas Beach join the meeting.
Okay. Mr. Mays, thank you so much for joining us tonight and for your interest in serving the citizens of Aurora and the Civil Service Commission. You will have 2 minutes for opening remarks as to why you want to be on the Civil Service Commission. Then there will be, each member will ask you a question and you will have 2 minutes to answer those questions. And so for your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for giving me the opportunity to be considered for the Civil Service Commission. I'm excited and because an opportunity that's being presented to continue to serve the Civil Service Commission. The one word in there that really catches me is the service. I've served the city for a long time. I consider this my home, my children's home, my grandchildren's home, and I look forward to contributing more time to serve in my community. I've served with the military, Vietnam veteran, 17 other years in government work and 2 years in civil service. So I'm just excited for the opportunity to add anything I can bring to the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mays, for applying for the commission. The commission is responsible for conducting hearings on discipline appeals that are filed by police officers or firefighters, and the commission is authorized to confirm, reverse, or modify a disciplinary order. Do you have any experience with this type of proceeding? And then do you believe you could be objective in deciding such matters?
Yes, I think being objective is probably one of my strengths. And for 16 years, I've served on the Incident Review Board with the Aurora Police Department. And serving on the Incident Review Board, we reviewed the disciplinary actions that the chief would take, and also the actions that the Civil Service Commission would take. And I had an opportunity to share with both the police union, and other civilians on that board to discuss disciplinary actions and the results, and add my input on how I felt those would be fair or unfair. I think in the last Incident Review Board, it was, I think my objectivity was demonstrated when some of the police officers voted for more severe punishment, where I voted for less severe. So, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Hello, Thomas, and thank you for joining us again and for applying and offering your service to the city. My question is the same as last time, actually, so you may remember, and that is, given the consent decree, the city of Aurora will have to make some changes to the way that the Civil Service Commission operates. So how will you approach adapting to those changes?
Well, I would not only adapt to those changes, but I would hope to be a part of those changes. And that change is what brings about success. And nothing can remain the same and continue to grow better. With the decree, I'm excited that we now can look at other cities, other states, and our nation, and see what things are going on in our nation, so that we can continue to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest city police force and fire department in the nation. And so I look at it as a great opportunity for us to be challenged and for us to challenge ourselves. How can we be better tomorrow than we are right now?
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Pastor Mays. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Can you let me know what is one unique skill set you would bring to the Civil Service Commission that another candidate might not?
Well, as a pastor in Aurora for 30 years and a native Coloradan and 38 years in Aurora, I think one of my expertise that probably I don't know what all the qualities of the other candidates have, but I've had that experience working with the city and that special relationship with the community. And I think what the city is one of the main challenges right now is trust. And I do already have trust within the community and trust within the city. I'm a charter member of the AKCRT since 1992. The city trusted me to go to Baltimore, Maryland in 2010 to work with the Community Capacity Development Office. They trusted me to be part of the group that traveled to Florida to become the All-American City. They also trusted me to go as far as Johannesburg, South Africa, to teach some of the churches, the faith communities there, how to work together with the police department to make changes. So I think that in itself gives me a special, unique relationship. I've done the shoot, no shoot with the Aurora Police Department. I've been to their academy. I've done those things. The experience I carry, I think, carries a great, great weight in being unique in the candidacy for the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Jerwinski.
Yes, hi, Thomas. I just want to know, do you believe that police officers can be rehabilitated?
Well, that's kind of a blanket question. um, I believe anybody can be rehabilitated. I work closely with reentry programs where we look at prisoners coming out of jail who can be rehabilitated. Some can, some cannot. So I think the same thing with everybody, whether they're a policeman, a fireman, a politician. Some can be rehabilitated, some cannot. The ones who can are the ones who want to be rehabilitated.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. It's great to see you, and thank you for applying for the commission. The commission creates and maintains a set of rules and regulations outlining the police and fire hiring and promotion procedures. Could you give some examples where you've been involved in writing policy, creating and coordinating policy?
Yes, first of all, in the military, my AFSC was administrative specialist. So I've worked with the military, writing policies and procedures. Also, as I said before, on the Incident Review Board, I had the opportunity to review policies and procedures. Also, as a pastor and an overseer, I wrote the policies and procedures for our entire, not only our church, but 16 different churches in New Mexico, Texas, and Colorado, writing those policies and procedures, and not writing them by myself, but being objective enough to have others around me, because I always feel you're never better than the people you surround yourself with.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Mays, for being with us tonight and for your interest in serving your city. My question for you is that previous civil service commissions have overturned discipline from chiefs on issues ranging from intoxication on the job to using racial epithets on the job. If a similar situation came before you, how would you handle those two scenarios? And please explain your rationale.
Well, one of the key words there is similar. Because they're similar, we don't always know if they're the same. I think every case should be looked at individually, and specifically the details has to be very transparent, and it can't be just a judgment call. It has to be the letter of the law.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Pastor Mays, for applying. My question is, would you uphold terminations involving those who disparage and demean the very people they swear an oath to serve and protect? What are your thought process on that?
My thought process, first of all, is to look at policy and procedure and the charter for the city, because it's not to rewrite laws or policies or procedures. First of all, it's to go along with the policy and procedures that are in place. And if that needs to be addressed, I would back up to that and address that. I don't believe anyone should speak judgmental of anyone. We are all, according to the Constitution, the same. And I believe that until proven differently.
Thank you. Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Pastor Mays, for your willingness to serve our great city. My question to you is, how would you overcome implicit bias in the decision-making process as a commissioner?
As a commissioner, I would overcome that implicit bias by through education. I believe knowledge is power, and implicit bias is sometimes unknown, other times it's just hidden. And I think we should have more of the equity and inclusion training, and not just with police officers and the rank and file, but the commissioners, the city council, the government. We all need to be trained and retrained and educated on what implicit bias is and how to weed it out, because we don't always understand the weight that it carries. So I think to deal with that, I would say education.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Hi, Pastor Mays. Thanks for applying. I want to ask you about the all-important process of the hiring. Super critical, of course, to get the right candidates in there. And some of our police have indicated that the process currently for hiring is taking too long. What is a good balance there, in your opinion, and what changes would you like to see?
Well, in hiring, and I've worked with the police department, even with Sergeant Poole, in recruiting to try to ensure that our police department is diverse and it represents the city. Yes, it is a bit long, but when we say we may lose people to other police forces, other cities, then that's a good clue. We can go to those cities. Let's see what are they doing differently than we're doing, and how can we streamline the process. I tell you this, you cannot be too careful in hiring police officers and firefighters. You cannot be too careful. So you don't want to shorten that time span at the risk of getting bad apples. I believe we need to know how to pick better apples. But at the same time, if other cities have a shorter time in that hiring process, then we need to look at those cities, because there's no need to create a new wheel if someone has it and it's working, and I'm sure it has. We traveled to Phoenix, Arizona, and looked at some of their hiring practices some years ago on behalf of the Aurora Police Department, and some of their practices can shorten the time it takes to get aboard.
Councilmember Zvonik.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Pastor Mays, for applying. Given your history with the city and the experience you've had in the various capacities you've served our community, going into this potential role on the commission, what if any changes or reforms would you like to see made to the Civil Service Commission?
Well, I would say this: any changes that should be made very carefully and very slowly. I think we need to review our charter, review the commission functions, and see what things are maybe outdated. Once again, I always look for someone who is successful and try to pattern after that, and focus more on our strengths, less on our weaknesses. There's no specific changes I would make off the top of my head, because that would be ludicrous to nonchalantly just begin to make changes. We know that it takes changes to get better, but to know those changes, I would say we have to look at ourselves just a little bit closer, look at our city, look at our charter, look at the antiquated methods we may be using, and see what can we do to bring things up to 2022.
Great. Thank you so much. Oh, Mr. Mays, I'm sorry. You have now 1 minute for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Thank you for each of you giving me the opportunity and the challenge in life to better myself as well as better our city. I once again thank you for this opportunity, and I commend our City Council, and I pray for our City Council, our government, our police department, our police chief, our fire department, our fire chief, because I realize the task that you have is more than a challenge. The atmosphere that has been created over the past few years and the past few months has been tremendous. And I commend you that you continue to work tirelessly to get the job done. I thank you for giving me an opportunity to help you, to stand alongside you and come alongside you, to add any expertise, any knowledge I may have that will contribute to making Aurora the best city in the nation of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Mays. The time is now 7:28. Council will stand in recess until 7:35. Council is now in recess. The study session of the Aurora City Council for Monday, February 7th, 2022 is back in order, back in session. No items from the mayor, no issue updates. Motion to approve the consent calendar, item number 4A through 4AQ.
Mayor Sundberg,
Councilmember Sundberg.
could I pull 4I for clarification from staff and a couple questions?
Very well. Is there any member who wishes to pull any other items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, the question before us is.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, was going to pull probably about 8 items.
Oh, very well.
But you'll be happy to know I met with staff earlier to have my questions answered.
I'm very disappointed. Are there any other members who wish to pull items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, let's see, 4I is in full. So the adoption of the consent calendar, items number 4A through 4H and 4J through 4AQ. Motion? Motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4I. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, motion to approve the consent calendar pulling 4I.
Is there a second?
Zavonic, second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Zavonic to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4I. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4I?
Yes.
Do we vote in study session?
No.
We don't vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Okay. Is there objection for moving the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4I forward? Seeing none, the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4I will move forward. Brief presentation by staff on item number 4I.
Hi, good evening. This is Chesarina Dancy. I'm a project manager in the Office of Development Assistance. Item 4I is regarding the boundary amendment for the BOA Metropolitan Districts number 1 and 2. This is not any change to their current plan. The ownership acquired another parcel of land and is wishing to include that within the boundaries of their current metropolitan district. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we also have legal counsel here for the district as well.
Questions of staff?
Sundberg here, Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg.
The land there south of Jewel, as these new districts, metro districts are sought after, a good amount of infrastructure was already laid there a few years back, paid for by another metro district. Now, in such a case, does the metro district that paid for that originally be reimbursed? Does life go on? How does this work?
Councilmember Sundberg, is it possible you might be referring to item 4L, the Yale Metropolitan Districts?
Yale, yes.
Okay.
My fault, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
So with respect to that, maybe you can just answer my question if you don't mind. Is it typical for infrastructure to be paid by a previous metro district without reimbursement happening later on?
Yeah, for that, I will refer to the council representing the district and how they're interacting together regarding their financials.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, council member. Thank you for that question. I'm Jennifer Tanaka. I'm counsel for the petitioners for Yale Metropolitan Districts. And there is no other infrastructure that was paid for by the other districts that will be benefiting this portion of the project. In the event that there would be, then there would be likely an IGA between those districts for a cost share component.
Okay, thank you. Do you know who paid for that infrastructure that's in there now? It's been there for maybe 5, 6 years or more?
Right. So the infrastructure that is in place right now is benefiting the northern part that's north of Jewel. These districts are south of Jewel and on the very southern portion of it. And so the districts that are paying for those improvements are Murphy Creek Metropolitan Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Sorry for the confusion on the item number.
No problem. I'm just glad I stayed on.
Is there any objection to moving item number 4I forward? Seeing none, item number 4I will move forward. Number 5A, intergovernmental agreement, veteran service officer position. Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. This is Roberto Venegas, Deputy City Manager. This is an IGA to renew with Adams County and Arapahoe County for a veteran services officer position. During the pilot program year, the Arapahoe County and Adams County funded this position 50% each, and we provided all the technical equipment, computer, laptops for this individual to provide connected services for veterans in Aurora. There was a veteran service officer in Littleton and one, I believe, in Westminster on the Adams County side, and it was deemed with the opening of the VA hospital in the recent years that it would be advantageous to have an individual serving Aurora folks as well since the opening of that facility. So this is a renewal of that IGA after the first pilot year to continue with the program. So I'll stand with any questions.
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second. So do we have any metrics on how the program is going?
I do, and I can send those over to staff separately. Arapahoe is in charge of supervising the employee, and they pulled together some metrics in terms of total veterans served and total veterans served from Aurora. And I think it was 627 in the first year, but I'll have to get those figures, and I'll send you over the first figures from the first year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Is there any objection to moving item number 5A forward?
Mayor Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Yeah, Roberto, I just want to know if it continues on past the pilot program phase, would Arapahoe County still oversee our Aurora person?
It isn't an Aurora employee. It is essentially an employee of the county. So it's basically Arapahoe under the IGA would continue to supervise the employee day to day. Our only involvement in the IGA is in the technology and providing equipment for that employee. At which point, after providing it in the first year, they didn't need any new equipment, but we would do that if it was requested. But in terms of the day to day, it is Arapahoe County who is supervising that employee.
Okay.
Further questions to staff? Discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection from moving item 5A forward? Seeing none, item 5A will move forward. Item number 5B, the Pooter Tech Lease Agreement. Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Dawn Jewell. I am the South Platte Basin Water Resources Supervisor for the city. On July 20th, 2020, the City Council approved the purchase of 119 shares of the Whitney Ditch Irrigation Company, which were already changed and decreed in water court for municipal uses. Staff completed the purchase of those shares in December of 2020. At the time of the purchase, the city leased back 111 shares to the seller, Great Western Industrial Park, for continued agricultural production. The remaining 8 shares of the 119 shares purchased remained available for use under the terms of the water court decree. Pooter Tech Metropolitan District is a small municipal water supplier located on the Cache-la-Poudre River, connected to the Whitney Ditch and adjacent to the town of Windsor. There is a map in your package for their location. Pooter Tech has requested the use of the 8 shares for municipal purposes within their service area, which is in compliance with the decree. This intergovernmental agreement is a 1-year renewable agreement to allow Pooter Tech to use the 8 Whitney shares at a rate of $50 per acre foot of delivered water. This fee will increase annually in the same percentage as any increases to the city's potable rates. This short-term renewable option was used to allow for flexibility in Aurora's use of the water into the future. If approved, this agreement will be renewed annually at Aurora's discretion. In addition to the $50 per acre foot fee, Pooter Tech will be responsible for all decree compliance, including the return flow obligations, revegetation, accounting, and dry up requirements. The city does recommend, or the city staff recommends moving these 8 shares. The city staff recommends leasing these 8 shares of Whitney Ditch to Pooter Tech till such time as the city of Aurora has a need to put this water to a different beneficial use. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of staff? Discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 5B forward? Seeing none, item number 5B will move forward. Item number 5C, Waste Management Water Supply Agreement. Pre-presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Marshall Brown with Aurora Water. This request is associated with some property that Waste Management owns. I'm going to try to, is it possible to get sharing permission, Katie? There's a map in the backup. If I can share, I'll share the map real briefly. This shows the location of the property. It's on the north side of Quincy, just to the east of E470. It's the area shown in pink. This is associated with the Dad's landfill site. It's immediately north across the street from the public safety training facility. And we were approached by Waste Management requesting water and sewer service for the site. As you can see, due to the location of the site, they don't really have alternative service providers. Aurora is the only entity that could reasonably provide water and sewer service to the site. They cannot use the groundwater here. It has use restrictions associated with the Lowry landfill contamination below the site, and they cannot excavate for a sewer or for a septic tank, rather. So our service is realistically their only option. They have agreed to not install high water use landscaping at the facility. The facility is a vehicle maintenance and a waste recovery operation. It would use the equivalent of about 35 single-family residential units worth of water per month. But again, they've agreed to very stringent water use requirements for their outdoor landscaping that minimize the water use. They've also agreed to dedicate up to 2 acres of this property to the city for a future communication tower or pump station as might be needed by the city. And they've agreed to pay 1.5 times rates and fees because they will be outside our service area. So that's our standard approach. And with that, they're requesting again water and sewer service from the city, which staff is recommending.
Questions of Marshall Brown?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Marshall. So it is outside of Aurora. I was just wondering, I think I heard you say that they didn't have any other options. So there was no other source of water supply? I was wondering, like, who supplies Arapahoe County Fairgrounds water?
Yeah, so Arapahoe County Fairgrounds, and you can see that located to the kitty corner on the lower right portion of the screen. They're outside the groundwater use restrictions that apply under this site. So I'm 90% sure, I'll have to double check to verify, but I'm 90% sure they're on wells at Arapahoe County Fairgrounds, which would not work for this site because of the groundwater restrictions associated with the landfill.
Okay. And then you said they're going to be use conservation for any kind of landscaping. In the background, it said non-functional turf irrigation. What does that mean?
Right. Yeah, so essentially no aesthetic or cool weather turf would be installed. At the site, they would do low water use landscaping.
Okay, and then my last question is on the cost. So they will have to pay the higher cost, the 150% for all their connections and then their water rates as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of Marshall Brown?
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Marshall, so in the Water Committee, I did ask about, you guys did address my question that there would be no residential, but you did state that there is something at the state level that could possibly, if it did change, residential could be in one particular area that could be close to this site?
Yeah, the closest, the area we were talking about that has the state conservation easement on it is shown in this graph in the green. So it is actually quite a bit further to the east. And then you can see the toll gate development to the south. That's even a little closer, but again, that's all the way across the that open space area that's maintained by the county. So there's quite a bit of separation from any potential residential, even if the county or the state rather remove that conservation easement.
Okay, thank you, Marshall.
Further questions of Mr. Brown? Seeing none, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to moving, what item is this?
5C.
5C.
Item 5C forward. Seeing none, item 5C will move forward. Item number 5D, proposal to designate June 19th as Juneteenth and a legal holiday. Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Ryan Lance, the Director of Human Resources. Katie, I'll need the ability to share a presentation. All right. So over the next couple slides, provide some information on Juneteenth, National Independence Day. Juneteenth is celebrated annually on June 19th. It commemorates the emancipation of African American slaves. This was recognized as a federal paid holiday. It was signed into legislation on June 17th, 2021. And this was to make Juneteenth a federal holiday, enshrining June 19th as a national day to commemorate the end of slavery in the United States. Now, Colorado does recognize this and has recognized this as a ceremonial holiday since 2024, but it is not a state paid holiday. Now, the city of Aurora last year did make a proclamation on June 28th to recognize this as a ceremonial holiday. It is worth mentioning that there is no obligation to make Juneteenth a paid city holiday, and that's for both private or public employers. So over the next few slides, I'll show you the official legal holidays for the federal government, which is, they currently have 11, the state of Colorado, which has 10, and the city of Aurora, which has 10 paid holidays, and then the private sector, which usually has a minimum of 6 common holidays. So on the federal level, there are 11 paid holidays. You can see listed here are New Year's, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, President's Memorial, Juneteenth being the new 11th holiday added, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, and then Christmas. Private sectors usually have a minimum of 6 paid holidays, and those are listed in red. In terms of the state of Colorado, they do have 10 paid holidays. It's the common ones with one that's a little bit different, and they did swap out Columbus Day for Cabrini Day. But as you notice here, they do not include Juneteenth or the Friday after Thanksgiving. And then for the city of Aurora, we do have currently 10 paid holidays. And you can see one of the main differences with ours is we do have the day after Thanksgiving. Thought it would be very good for you to see some of the other Colorado municipalities, as well as comparisons to national, what some other agencies are doing. So the following surveys we conducted as a human resource department. We did take a look at all Colorado municipalities. We did realize some of the feedback that some of them are still evaluating it. They're really considering what their revenue situation is and the impact on budget. They're also waiting to see what the state of Colorado was doing for 2022, and they have made a decision not to adopt it, but they're waiting to see what happens in 2023. And then a lot of other agencies are really taking a look at what other cities are doing. Now, we do have a confirmation of 35 cities and counties. And here's a list of some of the cities and counties that have elected to make Juneteenth as a paid holiday. And then in terms of other respondents, 11 cities have not decided yet, so they're still waiting. There are 15 cities that have yet to discuss it. They're really not contemplating it right now. And then 53 other cities and counties have made a decision not to make it a paid holiday, at least for 2022. Nationally, you can see a list of some of the cities that have made it a paid holiday. And then we do have some confirmations from some cities that do not plan to make it an observed holiday. Now, our proposal is to add it as an 11th paid holiday for the city of Aurora. It does require an ordinance amending city code pertaining to legal holidays. During that process, we also know that although we do have the Friday after Thanksgiving as a paid holiday, it is actually not updated in the city code. And then the cost to add this as a paid holiday, so the hard cost for that one, this is for civil service and career service employees that would have to work on the holiday. That would cost about $246,000. And then some of the support for this, I'm listing 6 reasons here. There's a lot more, but I thought that these are the key main justification for this one. It's just honoring Juneteenth for what it is. It's recognizing and celebrating the emancipation. And then considering the identity of the city of Aurora and supporting and embracing our diverse community. Communities do have identities, and ours is a very diverse one. So we thought this would be great to embrace our diversity, and it helps strengthen our identity, but also honor the community members. The Civil Service Consent Decree does have a strong focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So as we really begin this journey of improving our civil service responsibilities, we thought it would be a strong message that we embrace and honor DEI. And then shifting to our employees, we are a public servants, and it is tough not only to compete against the private sector and then other cities. We also are in a tough labor market right now. So this helps to add to the advantage of working in local governments and being public servants. And we think this would be a good benefit to add for our employees. It'll also help with attracting and retaining employees, providing another benefit. And it does message our employees that we do work hard, but we also are taking that time to really play hard and celebrate some of these holidays that are important to the community. And then lastly, just that work-life balance for our employees and just being able to support them as employees for their wellness and as well as for their family. So we're just requesting consideration and support for adding Juneteenth, National Independence Day, as an additional holiday. So that's all that I had to present. Wanted to see if you guys had any questions for me.
Thank you. I'd like to do a substitute in that, first of all, I really believe that Juneteenth ought to be celebrated in the city a lot more than it is. I think that it ought to be a formal holiday. I think it ought to be a paid holiday. But I also understand that there's not a day goes by that I don't get a complaint, particularly by small and large businesses alike, about how long it takes to get through the processes in this city and how long it takes to get an answer, and that their work is held up pending that. And so I think the work that our city employees do is really valuable at every department. And so what I would ask is a substitute motion to recognize Juneteenth as a paid holiday, but also to require the city manager to either do one of two things, either give up one of the personal days that are authorized, and I think the HR can explain how that works, personal days or one of the paid holidays, in order to have this holiday without a fiscal impact on the city and without any effect on serving the people of the city of Aurora.
Mayor?
You'll see, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Brian, you mentioned that the fiscal impact was, I think, 200, or I wrote it down here, 246,000. What was on the chart, the $976,867 that was on the back, in the backup?
That's
because it had like, the 246,000 is cost excluding salary and benefits. So the almost $1 million is including salary and benefits?
Yeah, that would be the soft cost for it. So employees who are being paid but aren't working, that's really the bulk of that $976,000.
That are paid but not working. So
yeah, because it's a holiday.
Right. I have no problem with the holiday. My problem is the I shouldn't say lack, but the effect on productivity in the city. I think the mayor alluded to that in his statement. I also get a lot of complaints from constituents and developers about, not being served in a timely fashion. So my concern is we have the holidays, we have sick days, we have personal time off, we have obviously vacation days, and then we have family leave and military leave. We have all kinds of leave. And I just am concerned by adding another paid holiday that we're impacting productivity. And then I also wonder, what other holidays might be coming forward. So mine is more from a fiscal perspective.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So I'm strongly supportive of the paid holiday and making this our 11th holiday. I don't think that goodness, y'all, we spent 24 times the soft costs on a retention bonus with no strings attached just, a couple of weeks back. I think that we're kind of pinching pennies here when we can actually be, as staff said, more competitive. We can improve morale, make the city a more attractive place to work, allow us to actually properly honor the milestone of Juneteenth in our nation's history. We have a lot of events that take place on Juneteenth already, so that'll actually allow folks to participate in those without having to take a paid day off on their own. And frankly, Americans are overworked and underpaid. We have less paid time off than most comparable OEDC nations. I'm happy to have the city of Aurora be a leader in, giving folks more paid days off and give folks an opportunity to be more engaged in their community. So I strongly support this as is. I don't think that we need to amend it.
Further discussion.
Mayor, I have a
Councilmember Lawson.
Ryan, I just had a question for you, just in general. So, like that last year, Juneteenth was on a Saturday, and then this year in 2022, it's going to be on a Sunday. So, how does that work? Does it mean that the city that a day, a Friday or a Monday would be taken off, or for exempt and non-exempt, are you just getting paid for that Saturday regardless? If it falls on a holiday, if it falls on a weekend.
Yep, if it falls on a Sunday, then the day off would be on Monday.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question about that. So, for example, this year, Juneteenth falls on a Sunday. We have our calendar set for council on Monday. So I'm just kind of asking, how does that work when we already have a preset calendar? Or is this going to be for the following year in 2023?
The proposal is actually for this year, but that would be up to council to contemplate and decide.
I'm just bringing that up because I know that, you can decide if it's on a weekend, it could either be a Friday or a Monday. I'm just saying for this particular one, if you do it on Sunday, Juneteenth is on Sunday. We have council meeting on Monday. So I guess that would be something we could decide, but I just wanted to see how you would figure that out. So thanks.
Further discussion.
Mayor Sundberg,
Councilmember Sundberg.
I don't know how appropriate this is. I have a second possibility for this whole thing. I agree with you that it should be commemorated, honored, and events should take place around it, as the city does such a good job of. What if we took that one-time pay of everyone having the day off of $246,000 and had a statue commissioned in a competitive process by local artists or artists within the region, and put pomp and ceremony around it? We could put it on the AMC grounds somewhere. And I do agree with the productivity aspect of things in Ward 2. I meet with developers who are frustrated with the process, where they might be losing $16,000 to $24,000 a day waiting. And I think it's time for people to get back to work. The city buildings closed down. People have been at home for a long time. But a commemorative statue, I think, could be just one option instead of allowing people to take the day off year after year.
Dan, what's the best process on this?
And if you could either come to an agreement tonight, or we could bring multiple options forward for you at the regular council.
Okay. Well, if I understand, Councilman Sundberg, your proposal is not to make it a paid holiday, but certainly recognize it as a holiday, but not a paid holiday, and utilize the money from 1 year to build a statue. Am I correct in that?
That is correct, sir. Up to $246,000.
Okay. Discussion on the Sundberg proposal, and then we'll go to the Kaufman proposal.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's a pretty creative idea, and I kind of like it. I think it's important to recognize the holiday. My concern is from a fiscal perspective, and so I would say that that's a pretty good idea.
Mayor Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski.
As the only Jewish member of council, then I would also like a proposal. I would like a Holocaust memorial statue built in the city as well. I would like that to be approved.
Well, I think let's get through the Jurenski. Let's get through the Sundberg proposal first, and then we can entertain other proposals.
Yeah, I'm okay with Councilmember Sundberg's proposal, as long as we are putting up equitable statues that reflect all of our population in Aurora.
Okay. So, as I understand the Councilmember Sundberg's proposal, it is not to have a paid holiday for Juneteenth, but to appropriate the amount of money that would otherwise be spent for 1 year to cover the paid holiday, to utilize that to develop some kind of statue or memorial to Juneteenth, the celebration of Juneteenth. Further discussion?
Mayor?
I'm sorry, who's Mayor Pro Tem? Is that?
Well, just another option. Couldn't we just offer people to take the PTO, personal time off?
No, that's what I said. That either a personal day, or they could, but it's going to be the city manager to make that decision for a paid holiday for everyone, or he can do one of two things, and he'll have to do it by the time he'll have to identify what the process he wants to take before we vote on it on the 14th.
Right.
And so he can either do one of two things. He can either delete an existing holiday, such as the day after Thanksgiving, or he can identify a personal day and subtract that.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion on the Sundberg proposal.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I'm not opposed to a statue, but to me, that's a yes and, not a no but. I think that the gravity of what Juneteenth represents is worthy of a full paid holiday. My gosh, I graduated from high school 40 miles away from Galveston, Texas in Houston. And I was not aware of Juneteenth because it was not taught in their curriculum You'd think that that would have been covered, given how close we were in proximity to where, this happened, and it wasn't. So I think having a paid holiday where folks are able to enjoy the day, be out in community, et cetera, is a worthwhile cause. But I would say the statute as well.
Okay, so we have right now Councilmember Drinsky, Councilmember Sundberg, let's see, and Mayor Pro Tem in support of the Sundberg proposal. Is anybody else in support of the Sundberg proposal? Seeing none, no further support. Sundberg proposal will not move forward. Now we're to the Kaufman proposal that says we will have a paid holiday for Juneteenth. And it will be up to the city manager to make it fiscally neutral by either identifying an existing paid holiday, such as the day after Thanksgiving, or identifying a personal time that is currently allotted to employees to subtract that, and then it would be, and then this proposal that we can have a paid holiday, but it will be fiscally neutral. Is there who will rise in support for that proposal?
Mayor, I have some more, can we have more discussion on the?
No, very well. Please proceed. Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. I mean, I support the original proposal. We celebrate July, 4th of July, celebrating our independence as a country, and we can't support the emancipation of African-American slaves. Similarly, I think the message that we're sending would be totally wrong. That we can't, just the institution of slavery was that people could not have many freedoms. Earning an income was one of them, and the fact that we're arguing the fiscal component seems really. I have many words for that, but it just seems wrong. So I don't agree that we should be substituting. I feel like we're gonna force folks, our staff, to choose between other things that they already expect to be able to celebrate this holiday. I don't think it should be an either or choice. So I don't support the proposal. I support the original proposal. The statute was a unique one, but I agree. I don't think it's an either or. It would be an and conversation. I think we should just follow suit to what other folks are proposing on a national.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I was just going to say, a lot of, cities don't have the day after Thanksgiving. I mean, obviously we want to recognize Thanksgiving Day, but I thought that was reasonable to substitute that over the other.
Okay, and then the city manager will make a selection. I just gave that example, but he could also take the personal time that's allocated to people, personal days, and utilize that instead of one of the paid holidays, so that it's fiscally neutral, cost neutral. Further discussion. Councilmember Jurenski.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I am in support of the personal time off I deal with and have dealt with my entire life, whether it was in school or in the military, now on council. Holidays that I observe, they are never paid time off for me or anybody in the Jewish community. And if we want that time off, I've always had to, make that personal choice. And I am very much in support of the personal time off for anybody who absolutely, wants to attend an event for Juneteenth or in any way that they choose to observe it as a holiday. I am very much in favor of the using a personal day for that.
Further discussion.
Mayor Zvonek.
Councilmember Zvonek.
I just wanted to chime in and say that I support the proposal you've put forward to replace one of the existing holidays or a paid day in order to recognize Juneteenth as a city holiday.
Further discussion.
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear that the way this conversation has gone is really concerning. It seems that the main thrust of why we ought to not pay the employees that work on this day holiday pay and not give people a paid day off is because we feel that our employees are not adequately productive. That was brought up by multiple people. I think that's incredibly disrespectful to our employees who work very hard. We have a number of employees, including in the departments that were specifically called out, that are on this meeting at 8:15 p.m. And are consistently on meetings, sometimes even into the wee hours of the morning. So I do support giving our employees a paid holiday, and I also don't support talking about them as if they're not working hard enough.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to demean anyone when I talked about productivity, but it is true that when you do not have any staff working on a particular day, you are reducing the productivity of the city as a whole. So not trying to call out any particular, people or departments or anything. It's just, that's a fact that you're losing productivity that day.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I think there's multiple ways you can address productivity issues, streamlining our processes, ensuring that we're adequately staffed up, improving our technology, things like that can definitely improve productivity without necessarily adding more work hours to someone's schedule. That's something that we've seen, with the Industrial Revolution and on, where actually Americans, again, are more productive now than they've ever been, but also getting paid crap, have really awful vacation benefits and stuff like that, again, compared to other nations. So I think if we have an opportunity as a city to start nudging in the right direction, I think we should go for it. But if anyone has any suggestions as to, what other efficiencies we can bring forward to improve our customer service experience for our residents and businesses, I'm also all ears.
Councilmember Lawson, let's go ahead and wrap this up. I'm going to go through the people who haven't taken a position on this yet. Councilmember Lawson?
Is it on your proposal, Mayor?
Yes, it is.
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
I'm a no.
Let's see. Councilmember Murillo is no. Councilmember Sundberg?
Yes.
Let's see. Councilmember Medina?
No.
Let's see. Councilmember Coons Councilmember Connors no. Councilmember Coons is no. Mayor Pro Tem is yes. With 5 individuals in support, the measure fails. Back to the paid Juneteenth holiday without an offset. Discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we don't vote really tonight. We were proposing some
Oh,
ideas.
I'm sorry, but is there any objection to moving the Juneteenth holiday forward without an offset? Seeing none, the Juneteenth holiday will move forward without an offset. And let's see, 5E, Chapter 114, Code Enforcement Ordinance Amendment. Presentation by staff.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Sandra Youngman, Manager of Code Enforcement, and I'm here regarding the request to change the Solid Waste Ordinance, Chapter 114, to modify placement of trash cans as well as to make a correction to the department name. And I have modified my PowerPoint that was in the packet, so I will go ahead and share just a few slides. Go. Oh, I'm having trouble getting this here, so hold on a minute, please. Have I been given the ability to share?
You have, Sandra.
Okay, thank you. Here we go. Thank you. So the current ordinance, let me make this bigger. Let's see, is that gonna? Okay, so, pardon me for this. So the current ordinance, what I'm asking you to do is the current ordinance asks for trash cans to be screened from the view from public streets and placed behind the front line of the principal building of the house facing the street. And also, it talks about waivers may be granted by the neighborhood services, Director of Neighborhood Services. The modification that I'm asking for does keep the trash cans behind the front line of the principal building, but we're asking that we designate the distance from the principal building on the side of the house, and so that they're not necessarily screened, but are kept behind the front principal building. And also asking that the director, the name change goes to Housing and Community Services. I have a few pictures that was provided in your packet to just show some examples of what we're asking to do. Code enforcement staff actually has some challenges when enforcing this particular ordinance. So we're asking that this be taken care of. So the trash cans in the front of the house actually certainly are less than beautiful for the neighborhood. So that's what we're trying to deal with here. These as well, we see the trash cans on the side of the house in front of the garage. What we're wanting to do is move the trash cans to the side of the house and within a close proximity to the house. So that's better aesthetics for the neighborhood. So this is an example that you can barely see the trash cans on the sample on the left. And this is where we're talking about the trash cans on the sample on the right, where they'd be back behind the front plate of the house and within close proximity to the house. The reason for these changes, it will ease the burden on residents for trash can placement by removing the screening requirements, but still keep the importance of a placement and the aesthetics of the neighborhood. It will simplify enforcement of the trash can placements for the code enforcement and the code enforcement officers. And we will work with Community Engagement Division to notify the residents and the community of the ordinance modification. And I can answer any questions.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 5E forward? Seeing none, item number 5E will move forward. Thank you. Item number 5F, Chapter 14 Animals Ordinance Amendments. Presentation.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anthony Youngblood. I'm the Division Manager for Aurora Animal Services. I can share just a All right, so as you see on your screen here, we are not changing much to the code. It does look like a lot of sections, but it is a small amount of language under each section. Mainly it is keeping an aggressive, potentially dangerous dog. We are separating the language because as of right now, there is no difference between an aggressive and a potentially dangerous dog. And that's not what we intended to do when we first did this. So we want to fix that, one for the judges, one for the prosecution team when they help us out with this, and so the officers can cite it properly. As you'll see here, damage to property, public nuisance, restitution, that one's been removed completely so that we're following the actual ordinance, and then language cleanup. Big question is, do you have any questions, and do you wish to move this forward to council meeting?
Questions to staff? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm sorry, who is it?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know we were doing cleanup of the language to match and everything. Was there anything changed in fines or how decisions are made?
Nothing in fines. The only thing that came down to decisions is now the judge's verdict, when it gets read, is what we use here at the shelter instead of overruling that with a behavior eval.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No further questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to moving item number 5F forward? Seeing none, 5F will move forward. Item number 6A, community wildland protection. This is a presentation by Aurora Fire Rescue.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Chief Gray. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we're going to actually have a presentation related to our response approach to community wildland. Again, I know that the community has asked a lot of questions about our capabilities, and we're excited to basically inform council and our residents about what we can do. So, Chief Weber.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And I'm hoping I can get permissions to share my screen, and I'll start the presentation.
Yep, I've already given you permission, Mr. Weber.
All right, thank you. All right, so right now I'm just going to give a quick presentation. I'm going to have the long one for the evening about Aurora Fire Rescue and what our wildland team, what we have for our wildland team, and what we're hoping to do moving forward with the community wildland protection program. So where are we at? Currently, we have 2 wildland stations. They're at Fire Station 8 and Fire Station 13. We do have a minimum staffing, meaning that I have 3 wildland members, so they're red carded at Station 8 and 6 at Station 13. And that's the minimum amount that we can have. And it's what we base that on is 3 per rig. Now that doesn't count for our minimum staffing of 4. So just to be clear, we always have 4 people on every rig, but at these stations, these members have an additional certification of the red card so that they're wildland certified. We also have additional brush units, type 6s, which you'll see pictures of, and I can do better, explain a little better of what a brush unit is at stations 9 and 12. And then we have a 1,500 gallon water tender at Station 15. And all the personnel at Station 9, 12, and 15 received additional training. And then all of our members receive wildland and urban interface training. And we can also enhance that training as needed for when we see specific issues or fire conditions that are coming up within that year. So at our stations, at Station 13 specifically, we have a brush engine, which is considered a type 3, and I've got a picture of that and I'll follow up with that. We also have a brush 13. So those are cross staff. So at that station, we also have engine 13 and ladder 13. So when we need to send a brush engine on a call in the city, those people that are on the engine or the ladder truck will jump onto that rig and respond to that call in that brush engine or the brush truck. And at Station 8, we have a brush truck. So these apparatus are available to deploy within the city, and then also external deployment. So meaning that we'll respond to federal fires that, we're always we're always available to help our neighbors when they call. So this is our new brush engine 13. It's a type 3. And this carries 500 gallons of water and 30 gallons of foam. We carry Nova Cool. It's a type A foam, which is good for brush fires. So this rig is very new. We just took possession of it in 2021. So this is a new add to our fleet. We're really excited about it. It's a beautiful rig, and we're excited to be able to provide extra support to our neighbors. This is the brush trucks that we talk about. This is our oldest brush truck, brush truck 13. It's about 5 years old. It's still in really good condition. We just received another brush truck 8. We just upgraded it, and it looks very similar to this. So, and then the brush trucks that are at 9 and 12 are older, but they're in a replacement schedule. So we'll be replacing those within this year of 2022. Now, a brush truck is a smaller unit, so you can see that it can get around and into our brush fires. And it only carries 300 gallons of water and 10 gallons of foam, but it also has a full complement of tools that are needed to fight brush fires. So at Station 15, we have our water tender. It's 1,500 gallon tactical tender. So it just carries water. The main reason for this is that in some of the areas we don't have hydrants. We're lucky here in Aurora because our hydrant system is very good. It's great pressure, great gallonage, but we do have areas that we respond to out east, like when we go with Bennett or Sable, or down south with South Metro, where we have to go to a hydrant and bring our water to the fire. So this is what this does. This brings water to the fire. And if you look on the side of the rig, it carries its own little portable, for lack of a better word, a pool to hold the water so that the brush trucks can fill, so pump from that and fill when they're fighting the fire. So currently, Aurora Fire has a 25-member deployable team. This is used for external deployments in the federal level. When we do deploy, this is when, say, we went to we've been to Montana, we've been to Oregon, we've been to California, even, in Colorado. So these members are a part of that federal wildland team. And it's important that we have a deployable team because every time that somebody deploys and comes back, they bring us back knowledge that, that we can use here in the city. So currently, like we have a captain, Jeremy Sones. He's been on the federal deployment list for over 10 years. And every time that he comes back, he has learned something new. He's brought it back to the department. So we're able to, upgrade our department, upgrade our training. So what we've also done internally is we currently have over 150 members that are red carded, meaning that they're wildland trained. They're not deployable. That's just a choice of their own, but they are red carded. So, and that's anywhere from a firefighter to a battalion chief. So when we hire people in the academy, they now get their red card. And that's because we feel it's very important that they understand and have that extra capability of fighting these wildland fires. Let's see, we also provide additional wildland refresher trainings for all of our deployable teams. So that maintains their red card. And that's also for our members that are non-deployable too. So with the red card, you have to maintain that every year. So we provide that training for them. They don't have to go on their own time to get it. We provide that for them. And then also we have some, annual training of wildland urban interface. And this is done internally from our members. And a lot of that knowledge is from what they brought back from their federal deployments. All right, so again, with the federal deployments. So how that works is we have a wildland team director. It's a battalion chief. He maintains a list of the personnel that are on that deployable team. So they sign up for when they're available. So they have to be ready for when they get the call. They have to be to Station 13 or Station 8 to pick up that piece of equipment and be on the road within anywhere from 4 to 12 hours. So the faster they can get to the station and out, the better it is. And again, like I've said, it has been a great knowledge base for us and experience base for all of these federal deployments. And we thank the city for allowing us to do that. And we talk about our internal wildland stations. If you remember, that was the additional of Station 9 and 10. I mean, 9 and 12. So, and then, yeah, so those are additional ones. They are used within the city only. So if we have fires in the city, wildland fires, 9 and 12s will go out. But 8s and 13s will still go out. It's just that when that brush truck 13 is out, that one is not available in the city. So we supplement that with 9s and 12s. So we always have 3 brush trucks within the city. That fourth one, brush truck 13, will go outside the city to deploy. One of the other things that I think is really important, and that's why I put it in the slide, is that during red flag warning days within the city, we will staff those brush trucks, meaning if I have extra people on duty, I'll put 2 red card members on a brush truck. If I don't have extra people, it's important enough for us that we'll do a callback and get those seats filled with overtime. So when I talk about red flag days, I think everybody understands high winds, low relative humidity. It's a hot day, and could be a very bad day within the city. So this map currently shows the wild and urban interface within the city of Aurora. This was taken, I got this through Chief Chapman with OEM. I believe everybody's familiar with him. And then also the water department, but PROS has this map. And then IT has also helped with this map. This is just a snapshot of you see the ranks and risks. Now we have to remember that this map can change from year to year, depending on developments, depending on just changes within the environment. So I thought it was important that everybody see this map. So we're going to talk about a CAD response, and a CAD is a computer-aided dispatch. So what does that mean? What that means is I'm going to explain when we get called to a wildland fire or an outside fire or a brush fire, what do we send? So currently we send the closest engine that this fire is occurring in the area. And then we also send the closest wildland rig. So that comes from 8s, 9s, 12s, 13s, and then also 15s if we need to bring the tender. So on an initial response, we send an engine with 4 people, and then we send that brush truck with 2, but also the 2 extra personnel that are on that engine. So you'll get an 8-person response and 2 engines and a brush truck on every initial call. And what's nice with our department too is that we've given our officers it's their duty that if they feel like they need to upgrade the call and add other rigs, yes, they do it. We want them to make that call. Our strategy is that we need to hit all our fires fast and quick so that we don't have a lot of spread, and we keep things to where we get a good quick response and a quick hit on all the fires. So and what the next point talks about is that sometimes, and we just saw it recently, 100 miles an hour winds, nobody could have, imagined that this would have happened. But we also have what's called a Metro Trees strike team and task forces. So that comes through South Metro Fire Dispatch. So our Aurora 911 can call for that's added help. So if our first arriving rigs get on the scene and they're seeing that, hey, we can't handle this within the city by ourselves, by Aurora Fire, we can get hold of South Metro, and then they can start dispatching outside agencies for us. Okay. All right, so I put this slide in here because this is a really good example, and I actually got this slide from PROS. So we've been working diligently with PROS, OEM, IT, GIS on our wildland urban interface plan within the city. So this right here is you look at the slide and you look at, we've got a 45-foot fire break. And so pros actually, next to the ditch, they've done a 10-foot swath where they've went in and cut so that the fire, if that does catch on fire, it'll slow the response. And this is from March of 2017. So if you look, I mean, things are dry, but they're not that dry. This was a relatively calm wind day. But even with a 45-foot set, that setback, you see the fire that we had. One of the things that I do want to point out is that in the middle of this fire, there was a juniper bush. So this is where we talk about home ignition zones and how it's important for the public to realize what they should and shouldn't have around their house. So even with that slight wind and, this looks like a great break, the fire was able to encroach on this apartment complex, and then that juniper bush just lit up and really caused a lot of damage. Now, one of the things that I was talking about was a fast initial response. So on this fire, we sent that first arriving engine, the brush truck, and the sister engine that goes along with it. And then they upgraded to a full structure response, which added in 2017, 2 engines, 2 trucks, and a chief. So altogether, we were able to put the brush fire out and get a quick hit on the apartment complex. It looks bad from this picture, but actually the crews did a really good job. The fire did not get into the attic space, and it did minimal damage inside. They were able to keep the fire to the outside of this unit. So once again, I'm stressing a quick initial response with the proper equipment. We can do quick stops on these fires, so where hopefully we won't have a conflagration. All right, so one of the other things that we do is that we rely on our life safety and fire marshal office for those red flag days. They do weekly reviews of fuel moisture index. They're the ones that keep us up to date on what the weather looks like, what our fire hazards are. I know around the 4th of July, they advise the chief daily of a fire ban or a firework bans of the weather, so that we are advised of how things are going. And then with this, again, we talk about specific ASR responses. So with that information they give me, I can say, you know what, today we're going to staff those brush trucks. We just want to be ahead of the game, and hopefully this will help with keeping our fires at a minimum. This is again from pros, and this was great pictures that I put in there because, you just think, okay, well, hey, these fire breaks, they're a great idea. We need to do them, when do we do them? How do we do them? The picture that's on the left that's what pros tries to provide. So you see it's got the fire break, the grass has been cut down around the concrete path, and then of course up to the fences of the private residence. So this is, that's a really good example. The one that's on the upper right, this one that was cut too early. The grass was too wet, so they couldn't get a really good cut. And then really what happened here was also the embankment was a little steep, and with it being steep and wet, they had an issue with their lawnmower, and it was classified as a near miss, and then they had to pay quite a bit of money to get the lawnmower unstuck. And then the bottom one actually was started by a lawnmower from pros. They were out mowing a field and it was too dry. The vegetation was too dry, and it was a hot day. And this is what happened. The lawnmower caught the vegetation on fire. So there is a sweet spot within the year that pros tries to use to do these hazard mitigation zones. And And I really appreciate pros being open and honest with us on, starting this fire. So that was just a lesson learned for them. And then I think it's good for the public to see it too, that we can't mow just any time of the year. There's specific times that we can mow and specific times that we shouldn't be mowing. All right, so where do we go from here? So in 2021, we were directed by Chief Gray to implement a wildland protection program. So we're currently working on that. I've got administrative battalion chief working on it, and then the wildland team's working on it. And the big thing is that, we were working on this and implementing it before the big Marshall Fire. As a matter of fact, we were collaborating with West Metro Fire, South Metro Fire, the Colorado State Forest Service. So we were moving forward even before the big fire. So that was a good thing. And currently we're also working with, like I said, we've had meetings with OEM, we've had meetings with pros, we've had meetings with PD, just to talk about this plan. So we're moving forward, and our goal, like we said, like I state here, spring or prior to the 2022 wildland season, which is hard to say, when the season's going to be. It seems to be starting earlier and earlier every year. And again, like I mentioned, working with our OEM and piggybacking on their hazard mitigation plan. So what is in a community wildland protection plan? Well, we talk about wildland urban interface. That's the big keyword now. And we had identified that through the maps that that we showed earlier in the PowerPoint. We talk about preparedness. That's where I, talked about the rigs that we have, the stations that we have, how we train our members, do a community risk analysis. That is through OEM. Structural ignitability, that's a new one. We've talked about they always talk about defensible space around the structures, but with the Marshall Fire, the structure ignitability really raised eyebrows around the country about that. So that's a new one that we're working on. And that's going to be, you're probably going to be seeing some new legislation come down with this fire. We talk about recommended fuel treatments and methods, and that's where I showed you with pros about, mowing. And I know that sometimes, over at Rocky Mountain Arsenal, they do annual burn days. I don't know how well that would go over in the city, just because of people, when they see fire and they see the fire department, they expect us to come and put it out. Or at the Arsenal, they let it burn itself out. Now, granted, they make sure that they have good fuel breaks and it doesn't get away from that containment zone. But that is one of the methods that is used around the state. Another thing in Community Wildland Protection Program is their outreach and education activities for the public. I'll go into that more in depth here in a few slides. How are we going to implement the plan, and then our next steps. So the biggest thing with this plan is that it's not just a fire department plan. It starts from the elected officials, city management, like I said, police department, parks and rec, neighborhood services, the water department. We're all involved within the city. But then it's not just a city issue either. We need help from all of the citizens within the city. Homeowners associations, neighborhood services, multifamily dwellings, businesses, individual homeowners. We just need to get that education out to them so that they can help us to possibly mitigate any fire hazards that we have. And then I've been working with our PIOs on putting on our website the free services that are available to our citizens. And these are just a few of, just a quick reference form. A few slides later, I actually have the website. So if anybody, it'll be a quick look up for people. So, yeah, so it's just a good, there's a lot of people out there trying to, put information out. So what we're doing is, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. So we're going off of things from Firewise, Defensible Space. Yeah, Colorado State Forest Service is a great resource. Okay, so this is just when I talk about what we need to do to keep us up to date and keep us safe within the city. City management has helped us out immensely by directing funding and upgrading our apparatus. So I know I've kind of hit on this briefly, but we have 4 brush trucks within the city. 2 of them are brand new, and then 2 of them are being built, and we should have in 2022. And then we also have a new larger 3,000-gallon water tender to help the needs of the community. And then what we've done especially from when I first started, we didn't really do much wildland training. Well, now we have increased our training. That's for the entire department, just not for the wildland team. We've also, with the Community Wildland Protection Program, we can actually start applying for grants and ask for state and federal funds. And then with that too, we integrate our wildland fire community partners. I know that our administrative battalion chief recently has been talking to the Colorado State Forest Service. We actually have a person that's assigned to Arapahoe County and Adams County. I did not know this. So he's in direct contact with them, and we've always done a good job of keeping in contact with our mutual aid partners. But we're doing a lot better job of making sure that our plans and responses are similar so that we understand when we do have to work together what everybody's doing and what our expectations are. So in our community wildland protection plan, what we need to have is, like it's stated right here, we've got to have that social media platform. So we need to have that education material, prep material, the websites, which I've talked about, and then multiple social media programs. Our PIOs do a really good job with our website. And of course they have Facebook. They have a lot of ways to get information out. So our goal is when we get this plan out and ready to go, it's going to be on all our social media platforms. The other thing is that our plan helps to evaluate new industry guidelines. Like I talked with the Marshall Fire, we're gonna see a lot new industry guidelines once they're done with the investigation and figure out how this happened, why it happened, and what they could have done better. And that's something that we'll take into account and we'll learn from. Let's see, and then I know we talk about reverse 911. I know that was a big one. So here in the city of Aurora, we do what's called Code Red. But that's one thing that working with OEM on making sure that we have everybody signed up for that. And then also talking about making sure that we have other ways of notifying our citizens of, danger that could be coming their way. So with this plan, the big thing too, and this is really important for us, and not just for the wildland equipment, but for all of our rigs, our engines and our ladder trucks and our rescues, but to continue that capital equipment replacement plan. This plan has helped us to stay current with our rigs. It's also helped us to keep costs down when it comes to fuel usage and also repairs on our rigs. So that is I know this one very well because with the old council and the old, drawn a blank, but we gave to public safety and courts, we talked about our capital replacement plan. So that's really important to the fire department. And then the big thing too is we're hoping to develop funding plan for research and subsequent outreach programs, and then explore that possibility of third-party consultant for homeowners. Why we put this in there is that we want to make sure that everybody in the city is able to keep their piece of property safe from wildland fires. So I don't, we want to make sure that everybody can get what they need to get done on their property. I'd hate to have somebody, needs to they know that they need to clean up their piece of property, but they just don't have the funding or the whereabouts to get that done. So that's why we put this in there, is that we want to make sure that it's equitable for everyone. So this is my last slide. This is what I talked about, the appendix. This is what we use. This is what's going to be on our website so that people can get started right away on their piece of property that they have within the city that talks about, they shouldn't have anything that is combustible within 5 feet of the house. You try to keep your grass less than 4 inches in length. And it has a lot of good information in there. And then it also, the big one is Ready, Set, Go. I know it says for wildfire, but it's also very good for any other national or a natural disaster. So there's a lot of good information out there that we feel is important and that we are going to put into our plan and get onto our websites. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time. And I'm available for any questions.
Questions to staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know a lot of constituents were really concerned after the wildfire, the Marshall Fire, and just in terms of, what the city was doing, what plan you had. So very happy to see that. And then also we're asking for resources as far as like what they could do for their own protection of their properties, clearing the brush and that type of thing. And then the code red you mentioned is available on our website for residents to sign up for. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions to staff?
Mayor Kaufman, this is Chief Gray. Could I make one summarizing comment?
Please.
Thanks again, Chief Weber, for the presentation. Council members, I hope that provided you with a good overview of what our capabilities are. Again, I will say that our strategy related to community wildland protection is basically in 5 steps. The first being is we want to make sure that we educate the public so that they have a clear understanding of how they can protect themselves. The other piece is that we also want to make sure that we partner with agencies like OEM, Parks and Recs, to make sure that, again, all the stakeholders are involved in solutions to making sure that we are being proactive. And then the other piece, again, I can't miss out on this opportunity to say this. Again, we have excellent people. Our people do a great job each and every day. And one of the reasons why we don't hear about some of these conflagrations in our city is just because, again, we have great people that work so hard at their craft to make sure that they're able to respond effectively. The other piece is making sure that we have the resources strategically placed. Again, Chief Weber ran through exactly where we actually have those wildland resources. And finally, again, he really emphasized the whole approach of we try to overwhelm the incident, making sure that we get there as quickly as possible to keep a fire from basically expanding. So again, thank you, council members, for your time tonight. Again, we don't know if you have any other questions. If you do, we'd be more than happy to take those.
Further questions?
Mayor Zvonek.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the presentation. And I do have a question for you, Chief Gray. It was my understanding that we were still lacking an apparatus to allow us to very quickly put out potential aircraft fires and oil and gas fires in the city or outside of the city's borders, even if we have to go respond there. And I'm wondering, how does that intersect with our wildland fire preparedness? Because is it not outside of or in the realm of possibility rather for a fire that starts as a result of one of those incidents to become a wildland fire as well? And is it your opinion that we should also prepare for, or basically pursue one of these foam apparatus as well?
Thank you for the question, council member. And I will say that one of the things that we've been working on, and when I say we, deputy city manager, myself, and also some other outside agencies are looking at a potential approach to where we can bring in a apparatus that would allow us to better serve those type of incidents that you just mentioned: oil and gas, potential airplane crash, or even a wildland fire. Again, there is a resource that we're looking at. We've actually had a vendor come and provide presentations to us, but we're still in the early phases of identifying when we can actually bring that type of apparatus into our community. But again, the fire department, city management, we're working hand in hand to make sure that we can address that particular gap. So hopefully that answers your question.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Chief.
Further questions?
Mayor Zvonek.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Yeah, this is just more of a comment for Chief Gray and Chief Weber. As Councilmember Bergen mentioned, a lot of us have had people reaching out since the incident in Boulder wanting information. So I recommend, you guys have a lot of great resources here, and every one of us on council have various platforms and of course get reached out to from constituents. I would recommend that you have the PIO package together some communication that we can help push out to ensure that people are hearing more about these mitigation plans that you guys have in place to help them understand what they need to do to prevent this type of tragedy in our community.
Yes, sir. That's an excellent idea. And one of the things that Deputy Chief Weber mentioned is the fact that we are in the infancy of basically rolling out our community wildland protection plan. So our goal will actually be to disseminate that not only to the council members, but to the entire community this spring. So again, great recommendation. And again, we're going to follow that.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Chief Gray, thanks so much for the presentation. Morningstar Adult Care Program Review and Update. Burke Bell.
Mayor, I have a couple of preliminary remarks before Brooke starts, if that's all right.
Please proceed.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, in May of 2021, we did reopen the Aurora Center for Active Adults. And at that time, we knew that Morningstar was an issue in terms of reopening that facility. We talked in our budget meetings that we knew we were going to have to address this with council. And so we did continue the budget in 2022 for that facility. However, and I'll take the blame for this, it didn't make it to council discussions over the summer or in the budget workshop. And, it has languished kind of since that time. And I apologize that it didn't come to light really until through a commission meeting that occurred a month or so ago. And so it wasn't right that council members found out through a commission meeting about something that we had, that I had not pushed forward. At any rate, we have a presentation tonight. We still think there are questions whether or not the facility should reopen, but that discussion that we have tonight really should have taken place 6 or 8 months ago. So again, I apologize for that. With that, I'll just turn it over to Brooke.
Thank you, Jan. And hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brooke Bell. I'm the Director of Parks Recreation for the City of Aurora. And Adrian, I'd like to share. Okay. And do you all see that? Adrian, do they see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me get this. Is it in the view of there we go. Perfect. Thank you. So I will be speaking about Morningstar Adult Care Program, Adult Day Program. I'm going to start out with the history of recreation during the pandemic in the context of Morningstar. And before I do that, just kind of orient you on this timeline. The blue on the bookends are where we closed, so things aren't going great we started out the pandemic. And then we still have a few challenges today. In between, we've had some successes, we have had some up and downs, but within the context of Morningstar, prior to COVID, for about 2 years prior to COVID, we did have significant challenges with staffing and primarily the nursing position. So we have 3 full-time FTE associated with the program, plus a number of part-time employees, seasonal employees that are CNAs. And so 2 years up till the closure, we had significant turnover in the medical profession support roles. And so that was a challenge for us. And also, we receive reimbursements from the Veterans Administration for services. And those reimbursements started lagging the services by 1 to 2 years, starting in about 2018, primarily due to a change in the billing systems associated with the VA and how they process those bills. So we were starting to see some issues prior to COVID. With COVID, you all know everything shut down. We had some success the first year reopening things. Then we had the surge at Thanksgiving. I would say right before that surge, we were talking about reopening the Aurora Center for Active Adults, but because of that surge, that didn't happen. And then as we get the vaccines on board beginning in 2021, and we all saw the public health orders and the mask orders fall away in April and May, we were able to open the ACAA the first week of May. During COVID, the Morningstar staff were in contact with the families on a weekly basis for about the first year, checking on the families, the client families, checking on what their needs might be, and if there were things that we could do to help them, we did, if it was within our ability. We also had access to meals from the Veterans Administration. These were excess meals that were delivered to the ACAA throughout the first year of the pandemic. And so if those families qualified for those free meals, staff delivered them to their household. And there were 11 families that qualified and received meals during that time. As the time went on, as Jim said, we had talked about this in May, some of the challenges and some of the public health orders. And today we remain closed. I'm going to talk about the history a little bit and then a potential path forward. With regard to recreation in general, our facilities are open, the ACAA is open, Morningstar remains closed. Our recreation program is about 75% pre-COVID level. I will tell you that's primarily due to staffing levels and also a change in the public's interest. And so we're still a little bit challenged getting people back in our recreation center. Some of our popular program, like fitness, we're struggling with fitness instructors. So you've heard in the past, we still have some, nationwide, there's a staffing challenge for everybody. With regard to the history of Morningstar, it was established over 30 years ago. It was originally located near Colfax Avenue, near the Fox Theater. It relocated a while back to the former Lowry Air Force Base, to a building that's an intergenerational building. So the Morningstar programs share space with the Lowry Preschool. And the operations of the program pre-COVID were 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. People would filter in during the morning. The programming really didn't start until about 9 a.m. Clients could choose between whole day programming or half day. 90% of the clients have some type of neurocognitive impairment, such as dementia and Alzheimer's. The program really focused on the individuals. Like a typical day would be getting them up and moving, would be music. The participants have the choice whether to engage in the programming or not. There are a lot of recliners in the facility, so they would get made comfortable in the morning. We'd serve lunch and a snack and try to engage them with different activities throughout the day. With regard to attendance and fees, the VA and Medicaid set their fees, and then private pay is set by city staff and approved by city council through the fee schedule. Typically, we try to set private pay fees in between the VA fee and the Medicaid fee. You can see the range of fees. A half day can range between almost $60 a day. That's reimbursable by the VA for a half day, to as low as $43 for a half day, reimbursable by Medicaid. You'll also see the pie chart below to give you a sense of what percentage of fees are that we collect. We have 40 to 45 client families signed up for the program pre-COVID. Attendance averaged over the last 5 years about 17 clients per day. There were some days that it would be as high as 28. The capacity of the facility for this program is 30, but the average was 17 a day. And if you look back to the previous 5 years, it would average about 14 a day. So it's really consistently stayed at 14 clients to 17 clients a day over the last 10 years. This is a map of what currently is in place for care, I shouldn't say care, for day providers. This is the morning stars at the top of this map. You see it with a star and the red circle around it. The green labels are programs that are within Aurora. The blue labels are programs that are outside of Aurora but nearby. There are 25 programs in Aurora, and there are 11 outside. All of these programs accept Medicaid. I would say, when you look at the green labels and the programs that are in Aurora, some of them can have unique clientele, which what I mean by that is some would only accept clients that spoke a certain language, or they would accept clients of a certain faith. That's how they've been set up, or they have different criteria for their clients. In Aurora, with regard to the Veterans Administration benefits, there is one active program right now that has VA, it qualifies for VA benefits. The one closed program is Morningstar. We still have the ability, when we open, to get the VA benefit reimbursements. And then there is a facility that has a pending approval with the VA in Aurora. The VA, we spoke to the VA, I believe that was on the 26th of January, and they confirmed that 94% of the qualifying veterans that they refer out are locally have the neurocognitive impairments such as dementia that I had mentioned, and that all the veterans seeking this type of care program right now have current placements. With regard to the financials, the average annual cost of the program is $440,000. The program is financially break even as a result of the reimbursement recovery. And I think I missed that early on. Staff spent the last 2 years during the closure working on recovering the VA benefits that we were due over the last 2 years, and that was about $120,000. So prior to closure, as I said earlier, those reimbursements were lagging 1 to 2 years. And so we were seeing that increasing over time. In 2022, the budget still is intact. The funding for the program has never been reallocated in any of the years, nor was it ever spent on other programs in any of the years during closure. The additional expense estimate for the program, should we reopen, we're estimating about $165,000, and that's primarily because of the COVID world that we're now in, and also the challenges we had with staff prior to COVID. So it would include hiring additional support to recover the benefits that we are due, and it would also increase wages for the medical professionals that we would need to hire. And so we do believe that would be more expensive. We're not certain if we can fully recover those expenses, but we certainly would give it a try. The longer view for the older adults in Aurora, the commission in January talked about wanting a needs assessment for the Aurora older adults. And I believe we can do that. We have the wherewithal in our budget to do that type of study. And I would propose having the Commission for Older Adults inform the scope of that work, guide that work, and it could be a standalone study. And we'd certainly, or we could include it in the PROS master plan that we've embarked on. And we certainly would want a standalone study to inform the PROS master plan. And then my final is a question, but for council, but I understand you can't vote in study session. So the question really is, does council want us to safely reopen the Morning Star program in 2022? And do you have any questions for me?
So staff, let me ask the first one. This is such a growth area outside the city in terms of new businesses. I think Councilmember McConnell and I were at a grand opening on Friday, although it was a Chinese immigrant, service the Chinese immigrant community. I'm going to a ribbon cutting, I think it's on Wednesday, for a fairly large one, relatively close by to the one we just went to. I've met with other owners that are starting these businesses up. They serve low-income people through the Medicaid reimbursements and through VA reimbursements. And so there's a reason why other municipalities are not engaged in that. I think you said we may be the only one in the country. It's because there's robust capability outside of the city serving the same individuals with getting the same reimbursements. And so there's virtually no reason for us, in my view, to reopen this. Discussion, questions of staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I was not familiar with this program at all. And so it's not just for seniors for recreation, it's for a particular population of seniors?
That's correct. It's for seniors that have dementia, Alzheimer, it's neurocognitive impairments. It also provides family members with an opportunity for respite care.
Okay, and so our staff is supervising nurses, is that correct?
These are certified nursing assistants, and then we have a licensed nurse, an LPN. So yes, okay. That's correct.
I guess my concern is we're not a health department, so I don't know that we have the expertise to supervise health, workers.
So I know that we meet all the state licensing requirements.
Okay, so if something tragic happened, is the city liable or the healthcare providers?
Healthcare providers have been employees of the city.
Oh, they've been employees of the city.
We are employees of the city.
Okay, I didn't know we had a health department.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
It's all new to me. I mean, I understand the need for it, and I also understand, that this has served a certain community in Ward 2. I kind of think there needs to be a needs assessment, just in terms of, you did show on your map where some other facilities are, and then I guess there's new ones opening. I think it's a good service and so forth. My concern is whether it's something that a city should be doing. We're not a county, so we don't have health department under us. Have any of the counties ever done this, like Arapahoe County or Adams County?
I don't have that information, Councilmember Bergen. I can check on that.
Okay.
If I could just add a point, and that is the benefit of this program is that and that's why it's Medicaid reimbursable and reimbursable from the VA, is that it keeps people out of nursing homes longer by keeping them in their home. So it's really people that do need kind of supervision type care. So it's not the kind of, recreational service that we normally provide for seniors. This is really a step beyond that, and it really is venturing into healthcare.
Yeah. This is
Sorry.
Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
So I'm very supportive of this program. I think it is a program that has essentially is for special needs, our senior population. And just the way the whole thing went down was just bad anyway, but I'll move forward on this. But I do have a couple of questions for you, Brooke, just if you could provide these answers for me. You included a map of 24 area day providers. So the Aurora Commission for Older Adults investigated those programs and others, and they found all but approximately 4 programs to be unacceptable for many reasons, which are listed in your response. Did anyone in your office take time to research and vet these programs to confirm that they were equal in quality to the Morning Star and what their qualifications were, and if they even existed anymore?
I don't think they investigated them to the level that you're describing. My understanding is that they found these due to their licenses, and then also they had to investigate the Medicaid component, and then they spoke to the VA about who was qualified under the VA benefits.
And then, Mayor, I'd like to do a follow-up. I also contacted some people from the veterans who were actually waiting to be on a wait list to be part of this program. And is it true that the city is still taking funding from some of those reimbursable individuals or their caretakers when the program isn't even open? I mean, the program is closed.
So I would say that's not accurate as far as we're taking reimbursements. We are collecting the reimbursements for services that were due to us from 2019 and 2018. And so the clients may have seen statements from the dates of those services and the fact that we got reimbursements now over the last 2 years. The other reimbursement they may have seen was for the meals. So if we could get reimbursement for the meals that were delivered through the VA, then we did submit those to the VA to get those. And so a client would see the charge for the meal. Now, if the clients are receiving something else or they have a specific question, certainly staff would be happy to go over that reimbursement and confirm with them what the date of that service was and allay any of their concerns.
And then lastly, Mayor, one of the things in terms of one of the gaps seems like to be in the program, especially for the reimbursable part or the payment part, was really the lack of having a person who does the billing. So I guess my point is when we're talking about the $300,000, which I mentioned at the budget workshop, couldn't that accommodate some of the funding that is needed to at least do the staffing, which the billing person was really something that you really lacked as well, to actually do that work? And that seems like that was one of the gaps in the program.
I would say having a full-time employee, and that was one of the reasons where we would say we would need $165,000 in additional funds, is to take care of the billing. Yeah.
Well, I support this program. I think it is a program of one of its kind that is actually for in the city of Aurora compared to some of these new programs that are opening up, which are privately funded. And I'm not saying that we're a health department, but this is a program that a lot of our seniors have relied on, and people and our seniors with special needs. And I think it's something that we really should be considering and looking at and keeping. So I'm supportive of it. I know my colleagues may have other questions, so Mayor, I'll give it over to other council members.
Further questions?
Mayor Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I just want to also express my support for this program. One of the things that I think gets underestimated when we say, oh, well, there's these other programs is the importance of respite care, the difficulty of finding good quality respite care, and respite care providers that the families trust. So the families that are going to this program are families that have been going there for a while. When I had gone to a previous commission for older adults meeting, there were family members that were saying, hey, you know, we really count on this respite care, and this is the only place that we're really going to be comfortable sending our family members. So I think it's easy to treat these programs as interchangeable, but they are not necessarily, because where you have your family members go when you need a break, which is really important for caregivers to be able to have, is a really big deal. You know, you have to know that your family member is going to be safe, well taken care of, be familiar with the services and supports that they're going to be getting in that program. And so I think we would be doing a disservice to those folks that have been served by this program if we just point to whichever other programs may exist. They specifically rely on and trust this program, and I support keeping it open. And you don't have to be a health department in order to have employees that are CNAs and nurses. There are many, none of these agencies are health departments, and the health department does oversee programs that get Medicaid reimbursement. So you don't have to be your own health department in order to do that.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So are we looking to do this in perpetuity, or are we just looking at doing this for this year? And the reason for my question is, I don't even know if my ward is on this map. We sometimes get forgotten, but you know, I guess I will now start having to advocate for such services in my ward as well. I don't know what the budget impact will be to add, you know, facility plus staffing. You mentioned the billing, so we're now having to add an FTE at least to do the billing as well. So that's not done by the state or anything?
No, the current staff do the billing, but it's complex, and the bills get denied often, and then they have to be rebilled. And so we really would like to have a full-time employee that is focused entirely on billing, so the other staff can focus on the clients and the
right. So I think that's the issue is we are moving in, and I'm not saying this is not a good program, but we're moving into, as a city that's only funded on city taxes and hardly any property taxes from the county, we're now moving into having to add staff for one program in only one part of the city of Aurora, which is really not equitable. If we're going to do it with taxpayer dollars for one part of the city, we should be doing it all over. And that's just adding a huge part to our budget. You know, I don't know if it's sustainable into the future.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do support this program. I think from a matter of equity, actually having this located in North Aurora makes a lot of sense, seeing as that's an underserved part of our community, has historically been underserved, continues to be underserved to this day. And I also want to point out on the map that we were given, it looks like the big concentration is in South Ward 3 and in Ward 4, which I understand why it would be in Ward 4. We're very close to the medical center, or the medical center actually is in Ward 4. So I would like to see how many exist in Ward 6, though, to your point, Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. So I do think that, the private sector, if they can, should definitely serve that part of town. But one of the things I want to point out is that just the same way I feel about housing, I think that with this really critical service that I think, Mayor, you highlighted actually very well, the importance of having these kinds of services in our city. The private sector is not always able to keep up with the real demand, just like we see for housing and a bunch of other services. So I think having something like this, located in a way that is equitable and that is still serving a portion of our community makes a lot of sense. So I would support keeping it going and, ensuring that we actually can maximize it.
Let me just say that the reason why the city is losing money is because it lacks the expertise to do this program. It's only serves a handful of people. And let's do the needs assessment, because I think what the needs assessment will show is there is robust capability in the private sector serving the exact same population because they predominantly serve Medicaid eligible individuals. And so this is just a waste of taxpayer dollars. And it really, there's a reason why we're maybe the only one in the country doing it, because other people understand that there's robust capability in the private sector that does it. Again, serving the same population, giving the same reimbursements, but being able to at least break even or make a profit because they can be inefficient because they know what they're doing. But they have the depth of expertise that we don't. Further discussion.
Mayor Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to express my support for the program. I've been in contact with our commissioners that we appointed and that have been advocating on behalf of this program. I will say I was concerned to hear about how, changes were communicated to the commission members. We've had this conversation, so I don't want to kind of rehash past conversations, instead just focus more on the presentation today. But I think it's, when you look at the map, I think Councilmember Marcano mentioned that from an equity and access standpoint, there is a lack of these types of facilities in the northwest part of Aurora. So, in terms of that being an available resource for folks, I think is really critical. And, just thinking about like how long it takes to build a relationship with folks, for them to want to join, a facility like this and to continue to participate. That's not something you can just kind of transfer over or, just create just because a business is opened. So, I want to be careful with insinuating that, just because there might be another facility, a private facility that would have the same impact on our residents. When you think about kind of the circumstance we're in with COVID, this is a really a group of constituents that is vulnerable, especially in this time. And I think this would be the wrong time to move away from that. Kind of larger picture, though, I do support kind of a larger needs assessment to get a clearer picture of how else we might support our elderly constituents. I know that in terms of best practices, how do we manage our resources, that they pay into as well. I think that would be much needed, and I look forward to supporting that as well. But just concerns with how this was communicated, and the frustration we're hearing from our constituents, and the access opportunity in the northwest part of Aurora, I think is really critical. So I would love to see that this is this funding is continued, as well as more information on other needs for our elderly constituents.
But we're silent on moving this forward. So what is your expectation in this meeting?
It was to provide an update and was to ask the question about moving forward and the needs assessment, but we can, I'll circle back with city City Manager Twombly, and we'll talk about how to best.
Because I just thought we had this discussion in the winter workshop. So I don't understand why we're having it again right now.
I think we did.
I'm sorry, the winter workshop, we talked about, I'm sorry, I'm confused, Mayor. I'm talking about the needs assessment for the city, for the.
Right. I thought we saw that we talked about going forward with the needs assessment.
Right.
In the winter workshop, but we were silent on going forward with this pending the results of the needs assessment.
Yeah. We were looking for direction if we could get it tonight.
I thought you had direction during the winter workshop.
Not on opening or not opening.
What's the question, City Manager, that you want to put before us?
Is the council interested in proceeding with reopening the Morningstar program?
Before the needs assessment is done? Is that what you're saying?
I think there were two. I recalled them as two separate items.
There were two separate items. Sorry, Mayor, for being disrespectful. It was two different items, and I'm not gonna support the needs assessment for this. I would like to have it as two different questions, if that's what we're proposing here, to reopen the program.
Okay, let's do. Is there any opposition to going forward with the needs assessment? Okay, seeing none, the needs assessment will go forward. I just am amazed to think that the needs assessment is going to tell you whether or not Morningstar should go forward. And so what you're saying then is let's do it simultaneously before, then the needs assessment is just a waste of money.
No,
if that's the case.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Sorry, I mean, the needs assessment to me was not just to reference Morningstar. It was looking at all overall comprehensive in our city of what are the needs of our community, of our elderly senior community. That's how I looked at the needs, that not pertaining to Morningstar, overall comprehensive assessment in our whole city.
It will tell you whether the needs are being met.
That was my proposal.
Okay, well, we should have had, okay. Is there support for moving Morningstar forward?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there any way for us to talk to the county? I mean, we're funding this alone.
Well, county's not doing it at all. And so I don't know why they would engage in it. I don't know of anybody else in Colorado at the county or local level that's doing this. But okay, I tell you what, Councilmember Murillo, and then I'm gonna get a sense of the council in terms of whether this moves forward or not. Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to just point out, we're having a conversation about having data before making decisions. I personally think that we can continue the funding for this particular program because we know it's a community need. Community has spoken out for us to address that. But for folks who are interested in waiting on data, I welcome that same thought process in the upcoming conversation around the camping ban. We have data that we have not yet collected around our capacity and staff, but yet we are moving forward an ordinance that is going to impact our staffing without actually having the data. So I just want us to be consistent with that kind of train of thought in our future conversation.
So, is there
Mayor Kaufman?
Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, so I mean, my thing is, if we fund this program, we're going to reevaluate the program and the measurements in a year. I mean, we can actually see if the program's going to be, if what's going on with what staff has presented, or if it's true or not. I think we'll be able to reevaluate this program. So I don't think that just stopping the program entirely is something that we should do. We're going to be able to reevaluate the measurements and the metrics of this program.
All those in favor of moving, if I can identify those in favor of moving forward with the Morningstar program, I'm assuming Councilmember Lawson is in favor. Could others identify themselves?
Marcano.
Councilmember Marcano.
Medina.
Medina,
Coombs.
Coombs, Murillo. Is there, right now I've got Councilmember Lawson, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Murillo. Is there anybody else who wishes to move this forward? Not a sufficient number have arisen, so we'll now move forward. Public hearing scheduled for red tape reduction ad hoc committee. Presentation by staff or Councilmember Zvonek.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I will kick this over to somebody from the city's attorney's office, but just for a little bit of context, during our first meeting of the red tape reduction committee, we determined that one of the key tools that we'll be using is a series of public forums where we'll be soliciting input from businesses and industry leaders. But in order to do that, it was brought to our attention that we had to have permission from council to hold those public hearings. And so we're here today to ask that. And so if there's somebody from the city attorney's office who can just talk us through that rule quickly before we get a sense of council.
Sure, this is Dan Brotsman. Under the council rules, under the committee section, committees are not permitted to have public hearings unless they get permission from majority of council at a study session. So that's why we're here tonight, is simply that particular rule under the council rules.
So we have set forward, Mayor Zvonek.
Please proceed.
We had set tentatively 3 dates, February 17th, March 17th, and April 20th as hearing dates, and would like council's approval to move forward with those public hearings.
Discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the schedule forward? Seeing none, the schedule will move forward. Let's see. I'm going to turn my proverbial or my virtual gavel over to the Mayor Pro Tem for items number 7C and 7D.
Thank you, Mayor. My sheet. Okay, I've lost my form. 7C is that the camping ban?
7C is a camping ban. 7D is a companion resolution to the camping ban. I would like to go ahead and present them both together, and then we can decide them separately.
Okay, Mayor, would you like to go ahead on 7C?
Thank you. What 7C does is a ban on urban camping requires a 72-hour notice, minimum notice, with an extension for inclement weather or bad weather. There are no penalties involved if someone is in camping in an unauthorized manner in violation of the law, this particular proposal. So the penalties were stripped from, in writing this version, they were in the initial version that was introduced, I believe, in August. However, if someone refused to move after given the required notice and a designated place to go to, alternative place to go to, then they in fact could be arrested for disobeying a lawful order. Our police officers are currently doing this now. Particularly along the I-225 corridor with CDOT, we provide security for that, so that I'm not aware of any incident where anybody has refused to move when ordered to do so. Requires the city to provide an alternate location for them to go to and a shelter option. This is defined in the companion resolution. Only requires that such space be available for each encampment when is it abated. The resolution directs the city managers to develop the designated spaces and broadly define shelter options from everything from utilizing their own tents to safe camping to a shelter bed to a motel voucher for 72 hours or more. The resolution also directs the city to provide at a minimum sanitation, water, and food at the alternative locations. This approach is compassionate to those experiencing homelessness, and fair to our residents and neighborhoods and businesses in our city. I believe that to be cruel to those experiencing homelessness is to do nothing. This moves them to a location that has sanitation, water, and food with the availability of other services. With that, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'm open to questions or discussion.
Council members, does anyone have any questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Mayor, we discussed this to some extent actually at our last Horns meeting, and we were told that tents actually did not constitute adequate shelter. So could someone from the City Attorney's Office clarify that, please? Or from Housing and Community Services?
This is Tim Dress with City Attorney's Office. HUD does not approve the tents as a shelter option using federal funds, but tents can be a shelter option if we use city funds like marijuana or general funds.
All right, so I just want to clarify then, because the mayor said that including folks' own tents, that would then not be accurate, correct?
No, I think that we are not in, I think if you're a recipient of federal funds for the reimbursement for that it wouldn't be recognized. But it certainly meets the legal test.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Marcano, do you have any more?
I do, and it's more of a general comment. I actually want to push back very strongly on your framing of cruelty, because what we're doing is actually worse than nothing. It is not accomplishing anything, but just wasting city resources to push people around in perpetuity, which is what we already do, as I think you admitted to some extent. I was actually reading earlier today, because I've heard from constituents, well, what are we really going to do? What's the solution? Because they know that I don't support, just a camping ban. And I've told them, look at what Helsinki has done in Finland. Those folks have basically eliminated chronic homelessness by investing in housing first with wraparound services at the appropriate scale. And they haven't backed off of that investment either. Because our economic system in Europe, here, produces homelessness as an externality. If we could address that, that would be awesome, but that's, I think, well beyond the scope of a local government to do on its own. But I was also reading about Houston, so I don't have to always just point at Europe. They've actually are making serious progress in this area, not because of a camping ban, but because, again, they've consolidated their homeless services and are now aggressively pursuing a housing first strategy and actually building new housing, restoring existing housing, and helping folks actually secure stable employment and stable housing. So it's an all of the above strategy. It's housing first, but not just housing is what the way that they like to frame it. So what we're doing with this ban, however we try to meet whatever legal threshold, we're concerned about meeting, doesn't matter, because ultimately, at the end of the day, we're accomplishing nothing. And this is the exact kind of do nothing policies that got me to run for council to begin with, because we can all pat ourselves on the back and be like, look, we did something about homelessness, aren't we awesome? But you're still going to find tents on I-225 after this passes. You're still going to find tents in Tollgate Creek if this passes. You're still going to find people living in tents because we haven't provided them with shelter. And that's the actual solution to this problem. What we're doing right now is embarking on the same failed path that liberal and conservative cities all over this country have embarked on. We're setting us up to basically to be the next Los Angeles, to be the next Denver, to have a massive unhoused population, to waste, basically, as I've said before, set taxpayer dollars on fire, playing an ever increasingly difficult game of whack-a-mole because we're not addressing the root of the problem. So, I guess I appreciate to some extent the work you've tried to, you've put into this to try to help us not get sued. I'm still pretty sure we're going to end up getting sued because we had a very long back and forth at Horns where questions were not really able to be answered in a, I think, concise and consistent fashion. So don't say I didn't tell you. So when that happens, but seriously, we actually have an opportunity here to be trailblazers in this area and actually follow the examples of those cities that have done something that actually works. So let's not just pretend that, yeah, we're going to be able to pass a law and all the unhoused people in our city are going to just vanish into thin air. That's not how this works. Y'all know that. We need to actually provide the solutions to get them off our streets, not just say, you don't have to go home. Oh, sorry, you don't have a home, but you can't stay here. That's cruelty. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, other council members, and I think we also have, we will be discussing 7D, which is the shelter options.
Mayor Pro Tem Murillo.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I just wanted to circle back on the shelter availability. So per HUD's definition of reimbursable costs, the proposal in Mayor Kaufman's ordinance is to use tents and pallet homes that are not eligible for reimbursement. So essentially you are creating a cost, an additional cost for the city by enacting this ordinance, meaning that we would have to use city funds and not get reimbursed for the types of shelter to meet this sheltering requirement. So I think it's a bit hypocritical that in the same meeting, we decided that we didn't want to incur additional costs. We wanted to be fiscally responsible when it came to honoring our Black community and the Juneteenth holiday. We weren't willing to incur a fiscal cost then. We also weren't willing to incur a fiscal cost when it came to our elderly community and the Morning Star program. So I'm frustrated that that is a talking point because it's inconsistent to create an ordinance that is inherently creating a cost for the city when the tone of this conversation has been just the exact opposite. I think is a bit hypocritical. Let's see, that's, I guess, just the starting point there. Let's see, so it was purported that there wasn't going to be any costs or fines for folks who are victim of this ordinance. As it's written, are there any secondary or tertiary citations or processes that would enact jail time, fines, fees that are not explicitly written into this ordinance? And I'll leave that to staff to respond.
Have someone from staff that can respond.
This is Tim Dress in the City Attorney's Office. The ordinance does have a provision in Chapter 94, it's Section 94-122, that does make it unlawful to camp on private and public property. And if you fail to move after you've been ordered, and if there is a shelter option available for you, yes, you can be cited. And if you are cited, you can get a fine.
What would be the fine, City Attorney Joyce?
They'd be the same as any criminal punishment. The maximum fine can be up to $2,650. It can also be zero.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor Kaufman.
Mr. Joyce said, but that's the status quo right now, is it not? Our police officers provide oversight when there is an abatement, and in fact, if someone fails to move, then they could be cited under existing law.
Yes, sir, they could be. They could be cited for failing to obey a lawful order. If they're on private property and the property owner asks them to move and they don't, they can be cited for trespass. So yes, there are provisions currently on the books that allow for criminal penalties.
Okay, and if I could ask staff what HUD resources we receive for our homeless population?
Staff could.
Sure, Mayor Kaufman. So on an annual basis, we receive emergency solutions grants, which is specifically for folks experiencing homelessness, both for shelter as well as homelessness prevention, outreach, and things like that. So we supplement those funds with marijuana funds on an ongoing basis for operational needs of partner agencies. The ESG funds specifically for homelessness is about $287 a year. We received about $5 million in COVID relief funds. So some of the things we've been doing to keep folks safe. The past couple of years has come out of that allotment. We also received community development block grant money that could be used for some of these different projects as well. And then there is a home ARPA sort of category of HUD funds as well. We received 4.2 million. That can go to more of a brick and mortar piece. And just to clarify, going back, so the tents have been allowed during COVID because we've been separating people out. So high quality fishing tents with heat has been allowed during COVID for reimbursable costs by HUD. That will not continue after September when those funds cannot be used any further. The pallet shelters, any kind of brick and mortar shelter, leasing an additional space, those would all be covered as shelter options. And staff could certainly come back with proposals around what options could be.
And the objective is clearly to move to more, to have shelters available, to have other things available. But if we don't have it available, then we would, and as a last resort, to utilize our own tents. The unfortunate reality is, as if you look at the outreach reports, very few individuals take our outreach people up in terms of services. My hope is that more people will access services if gone to an alternate location where they will be supervised. And again, we will provide sanitation, food, and water for them there. Again, I think that the cruelest thing we can do is to do nothing and to enable their behavior to continue.
Okay. And just real quick, Jessica, also marijuana monies are used for emergency homeless services as well.
That's correct. Marijuana dollars are used for sheltering services as well as outreach and other, homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a clarifying question. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead, Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, so I understand that there's different pots of money. I'm glad we understand that there are different sources of funding. The point I made, though, about forcing this ordinance and a solution that is not refundable still remains. So, Jessica, can you just clarify, we wouldn't be reimbursed for any costs related to non-HUD approved methods of sheltering?
That's correct. Someone's personal tent would not meet the criteria for a structure that's suitable for habitation. It needs to have heat. It needs to be sided enough that hail and other wind and things wouldn't be able to dismantle it. So there are some kind of criteria related to what constitutes a shelter facility.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have other questions. I know you were trying to speak as well, so I don't know if you are okay with me asking additional questions. No, go ahead. Okay, thank you. So, just to kind of zoom out a little bit in terms of enforceability of an ordinance like this, we have to meet a certain shelter threshold, correct? How are do we currently have enough shelter beds to house everyone for this ordinance to be enforceable? I'll start.
Do we have someone to answer that?
Councilmember Maria, this is Tim Joyce again. We do not need to have a bed for every single homeless person in Aurora in order for us to abate a single camp. What we need is for every person in a camp, we must have a shelter option available for that person.
Okay.
Before we can even post it and consider abating it.
So, this was part of my frustration at our Horns meeting. The legal, I guess, answer can be a little confusing. I was hoping that Jessica Prosser could answer that as well.
So on baseline of shelter beds, we have about 150 on any given night in kind of brick and mortar. We've added some additional capacity with our pallet shelters. And so right now, currently, when we're abating a camp, we're looking to see if there's capacity in the shelter. We can usually accommodate a few people, and I say that's kind of in the 10 or less category. We can find spaces and move forward with the abatement. If we're doing additional abatements more often or of larger camps, we would probably be in a situation where we would need additional shelter option capacity in some way to be able to move forward with those encampments. So, you know, at any given time it fluctuates, but for the most part, our overnight shelter is full, our pallets have been full, and when one comes available, we do have wait lists, and they become filled.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Wait, I do have one clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there was 150 beds on any given night, roughly. And the concern is that with this ordinance, with increased frequency and potential volume of abatements mandated by this ordinance, that we wouldn't necessarily have the capacity to accommodate those changes, that we wouldn't, you know, have the capacity there. Is that correct? And then could you answer approximately how many folks are experiencing homelessness in the city of?
Sure. So, you know, I think we would have to track data over time, over the next several months, to see what that capacity looks like and what the needs would be. But at this point, just looking at the number of requests that we have currently in Access Aurora and the number of beds, we would probably need some additional capacity pretty quickly to be able to accommodate. And we would also need to sort of take a look at our current practices of how we're going through the process based on the ordinance. There would need to be some changes. Lana, can you chime in on kind of the number of folks experiencing homelessness? It's a tricky answer just because we haven't had a good count in a few years. So I'm going to call on Lana to help answer that question.
Sure, thanks. This is Lana Dalton. I'm the homelessness programs manager for the city. As far as a count of individuals experiencing homelessness, last year we were able to do a sheltered count and not an unsheltered count because of COVID. And so we had 594 individuals experiencing homelessness that were accessing shelter on any given night last year. Again, we had additional beds available because of COVID. So we had an overflow facility that was open every night. We had additional tent capacity. We had the regular Aurora Day Resource Center open on cold weather nights, as well as the Comitas shelter, which provided that additional capacity to get to 594. This year, on January 25th, we did a full count. So we have a count for individuals that were experiencing homelessness that were unsheltered as well as sheltered. Those count results will not come back until early summer because those are controlled by our continuum of care or the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative. So if we were to look at our total bed capacity with cold weather on any given night, so this includes our cold weather beds, we have between 285 and 360. If you wanted total bed capacity without our cold weather sheltering options, we have 210 to 285. And the reason is because our Aurora Resource Center that opens on cold weather nights adds an additional capacity of 75 mats for individuals to sleep on those cold weather nights.
All right. Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The second vote, the companion resolution directs staff to increase capability in terms of shelter options.
Okay. Other council members?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. And since the companion resolution keeps getting referenced, I'd like to ask staff, is there anything in that resolution that you are not already doing? It was my understanding that for the last several years, you've been pretty aggressively trying to acquire land or identify partners who are with land who are willing to allow us to expand our shelter capacity. Is that not true?
Councilmember Marcano, that is accurate. However, we have not had the resources to bolster the additional sheltering capacity for a long period of time. And so therefore, that would be something that would need to be accompanying this resolution.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Zavonic.
Yes. Go ahead.
We just allocate $1 million to emergency shelter at the ARPA workshop this past weekend.
That is also accurate. That's for cold weather sheltering specifically. So we would need that to continue throughout the year if we're looking at abatements year round.
Okay. And then also, in addition to consent items that we had tonight, a lot of that was funding, right, for homeless services?
And Mayor Pro Tem, one other thing.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Zavon.
And also, I know that and I can't remember the number now, but we had allocated funds for nonprofits. And I think in my conversation with the city manager, I think it would be appropriate when this passes for the city manager and staff to reach out to nonprofits who could potentially offer more beds to ensure that we can be in compliance once this passes. I think it's important to note that this ban isn't going to solve homelessness, but it is going to solve a symptom of it. And what we're seeing is that these encampments that are on the sides of our highways and in our neighborhoods and next to our businesses, they're causing serious public health and safety issues. And so this doesn't make homelessness illegal. When this passes, you can still be homeless in Aurora, but what you won't be able to do is camp in public and have these open air drug facilities and that are creating serious public health and safety concerns for our community.
Other
Mayor Pro
council members? Councilmember Lawson?
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have a question about what Councilmember Zavonic stated. So even though we're putting this 72-hour ban abatement, this is going to be what the law is going to be, but then we still have to. How are we going to work that with CDOT and also the state? Because we have those two different things. We have a 72-hour, but if we're working with CDOT, can you explain to me how is that going to work with this ordinance? They have a different process, or are we going to do some type of coordination with them? I know we do something now, but if we're meeting the 72-hour provision. So maybe, Mayor, you can explain that, or maybe Mr. Joyce could?
Well, we don't have, they asked for our assistance, but they have jurisdiction over state land. And so in the right of ways along I-225, that's their jurisdiction, but they've been working with us and we've been providing security oversight when they do abatements. But they would not, but that right, if you're talking about right in their right of way, they wouldn't be subject to the 72 hours.
Okay, Mayor, I understand that. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, can I just continue? So
yeah, go ahead. I was going to ask a question on that.
So my question is, we're still going to get I think if this will pass, you will need to educate residents, though, that they still will see that. And that's not going to be applicable to this 72 hours because we get, I get calls, I'm pretty sure a lot of other council members do, talking about those particular areas too. So I'm just saying the education is going to have to be on the front for residents to say, hey, there is a gap here. We are going to have to work with this because they're going to see that and they're going to not understand what's going on with this, with the 72 hour. So I think that's something that is going to be interesting to see. So thank you, Mayor.
Can I clarify?
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's Jessica. So we did just a couple of weeks ago approve an intergovernmental agreement with CDOT so that we do have the authority to provide abatement in the CDOT right of way, which is helpful
that's right.
for us. Yeah. So we are partnering with them. We are working with them. They've provided us with an additional budget. However, their requirement is for 7 days. So the city can proactively, work towards abating things in the right of way. However, they require a 7-day notice where ours would be 72 on, city property or other public land. So just wanted to clarify that we do have that IGA in place.
That's right.
And Mayor Kaufman, Mayor Pro Tem, what about an IGA with the state part of it? That's like where the state park is as well. Where we see, we've had to work. That's been tough in that area. There's an area outside the fence. I think when you under Vaughn Way, I think comes out right by the Cherry Creek State Park. And so I think it's not in Aurora. So CDOT has worked with, CDOT has worked with Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office in terms of doing abatements right in that area. Go ahead, Councilmember Marcano, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have information to share here because I've,
I've
folks
lost
have contacted me about that camp and I have put in requests. So that's actually owned by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's a different state agency, and they're the ones that you have to partner with to do that. And they have a completely different schedule and guidelines around this issue, as I'm sure we're all learning here, right? So, yeah, and I did want to just highlight something that Councilmember Lawson said that I completely agree with, and it is something that I'm very frustrated with because, this is something that we've been talking about for over a year at this point. And it's the dishonesty with the public around this issue that I think the mayor and frankly some of our new members of council during the campaign and some of our older members of council have been taking advantage of, is misleading, and I would say lying to, because we all know better. We're all on the side of this now about this issue.
Point of order.
Mayor Protem,
Point of order, from a conduct perspective, we are not to attack council members. You can talk about the policy, but we should not be attacking other council members or the mayor.
I don't think saying that you're lying is an attack, but you're the Mayor Pro Tem, so I'll defer.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I think Councilmember Marcano gets mixed up in terms of when there's differences of opinion. The other person, there's a lack of integrity on the other side, always. And I think that goes back to his statement that he did earlier, that I'm going to be introducing a resolution concerning this conduct in the city council in terms of making it an ethics breach. And, but let me just, I think that going back to the
please, everybody, please
area,
be recognized by the Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry?
Everyone needs to be recognized by the Mayor Pro Tem before speaking.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mayor.
For a point of order.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm recognizing the mayor, and then I will recognize Councilmember Coombs.
I think what Councilmember O'Connell referred to was the area where the abatements occurred was outside the fence. Yes. And so that is along, that's a right of way for Highway 83, which is a state road, which is Parker Road. And so it was CDOT that did the abatement there.
Okay. Councilmember Coombs, please.
Yeah, the point of order was just that the mayor literally just carried on to do the thing that you just did a point of order to Councilmember Marcano about, and you allowed him to do it.
I am trying to control everybody.
Yeah, but so I just want to be very clear that we have to be consistent across those things. But also I want to address as well the question of cruelty, which has come up, because I think that there is inconsistency in the kinds of comments that have been made about this subject matter. Namely, we're saying that we don't want to be cruel by, quote, doing nothing, but then at the same time, comments have been made that the hope is for this policy to make the city of Aurora an inhospitable place for people to experience unsheltered homelessness. And so I don't think we can say that we both want to avoid cruelty and we want to create an inhospitable environment for people. Creating an inhospitable environment is a cruelty to them, saying we'd rather they just go to another city. And really what ends up happening is they go to another city for a little bit and then they come back to our city, or they go from one part of our city to another part of our city to another part of our city. And so let's really think about both the impact and the intent of what we're doing. And if we say we want to create an inhospitable environment, we can't also turn around and say that what we want is to avoid cruelty.
And I'm going to recognize myself right now. I think what we're trying to do, people are already camping in tents in terrible conditions, horrible conditions that are not hygienic. And so I think the camping ban is a way to hopefully move people in these encampments to a safer environment. And I want to say that we're not recognizing residents that we have had hundreds of emails from over the past couple years, and business owners that have had to deal with this. So I think in fairness, we want to be respectful of those experiencing homelessness, but we need to be respectful of our residents that are our neighbors and also our businesses. So that's it from me. Other council members
Mayor Pro
want to be
Tem.
recognized? Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so many of the people currently now experiencing homelessness, whether unsheltered or otherwise, in the city of Aurora, are residents of our city who have become homeless as a result of evictions and other issues that they've faced. So I don't think we can say that we're drawing a distinction between our residents and people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. That would be a false dichotomy. The people having this experience are also our residents.
Fair enough. Other council members?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I'm glad you don't get my voice or name mixed up. Okay, so, all right. Last we heard from the police chief was that there was hesitation and, a desire to not participate in forcibly removing folks that would be created a more frequent occurrence that would be created as a result of this ordinance because of the lack of police capacity. They want to be addressing more serious crimes. Has that opinion changed?
We have the chief available. Someone from the police department.
Hi, this is Darren Parker, Deputy Chief. Chief Wilson's out of town on a training, so I guess I'll attempt to address that question. No, the opinion has not. Chief Wilson's opinion has not changed on that. Although we haven't had any further, more detailed discussions about this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Clarification.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Murillo, are you done?
I have other questions, but if the mayor had a specific follow-up to that.
Mayor?
I do have a question to the deputy chief.
Go ahead.
Deputy Chief, isn't it true that your officers have been providing security for these abatements? So this is nothing new that you've been doing. Is that not correct?
We have been providing security for these abatements, yes.
So I believe that the chief is philosophically opposed to a camping ban, but the fact is her officers have been doing this all along. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I like your accent on that one. Yeah, so I guess it begs the question, what is the point of this? We already have procedures and processes that address circumstance and situations similar to this. This feels like a non-ordinance, only for show. We're not going to be solving the root of any of these issues. We know for a fact, and I've heard many council members speak on behalf of our police officers in these conversations that we've had on city council. But when the head of our police department is saying we do not have the capacity, and we are reminded several meetings by several council members that that is the case, yet when it's opportunistic and convenient, we don't want to support that opinion or lack of capacity. So we're going to be creating more and increased volume and then increased need for police officers to engage in this type of activity to follow this ordinance. So we are totally ignoring the fact that we do not have capacity. We are ignoring the thousands probably of constituent emails of folks who email us about X, Y, or Z related to the police department. We're going to focus their energies with this law we're creating and that's going to impact the volume of response needed by police departments. So again, what's the point of this? It's a non-ordinance, and do we not care about the costs that we are incurring? Because that was not the only cost that I heard. So again, back to the fiscal responsibility and being fiscally conservative, we are increasing potentially, very likely, our police department staff time. We are increasing the occurrence of non-reimbursable costs to the city. And we are potentially incurring costs to increase staffing from our housing department as well. So I don't see how any of this is in line with the rhetoric that I've heard around cost neutrality, around being fiscally conservative, around cutting red tape. None of that. There's a lot of inconsistency here. And I think though it is stated in the ordinance that this will not create any costs, that is that is inherently misleading. We've just heard the 3 ways in which this would be creating an additional cost. So,
Mayor Pro Tem.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think it's
Mayor.
important that the public.
Mayor Pro Tem, it never says that this will be cost neutral. In fact, it will drive additional costs because it states that it directs the staff to come up, increase capability, and with increased capability, there's going to be costs in terms of providing shelter options. But the fact is that there is great economic damage that these. It's not just that they're a threat to public health; that they're a threat to public safety. That the individuals, quite frankly, given their behavior, are a threat to themselves. But that there's economic damage created by these. If you talk to businesses and the property crimes associated with these, the blight associated with these as people drive through our city, I think it's problematic, and I think we need to deal with it. And that's the objective of this ordinance with the companion resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Maria. If you wanted to go. Did you want to go?
I have more questions, but I've been speaking a lot. You should go, and I will, if Mayor Pro Tem will call me next, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Lawson.
So Mayor, I have a question for you. You kind of evaded the question for me. I understand that along 83 Parker Road, where we do get people contacting us, I live over in this ward, so I don't live far from there. What is going to be your messaging to deal with that? Are we going to try to get an IGA with the state? What are you going to do to tell constituents about that part in your messaging about this ordinance is not going to be able to do that in 72 hours?
I think it will take some education of the public, but what the public want to see is an improvement. The public's fed up. The majority of the residents of the city are absolutely fed up with what's going on. And they want this council to take action, and this proposal takes action.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Murillo and then Councilmember Marcano.
I didn't know if Councilmember Lawson was finished with her.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go.
You can go ahead, Councilmember Maria.
Okay. Thank you. So, I don't even know where to start. Okay, so. I think this is creating false expectations. People are going to suddenly expect us to address all of the issues all at once, and that is just not legally. We don't control all of these different moving parts. And just because the mayor organizes people to email us saying that we want a camping ban doesn't mean that the majority of residents want a camping ban. So I'm not saying that that's not an opinion that's held, but I also, I've gotten emails. I understand. I want to be clear. I think we should address the health and safety issues. We should help address the underlying causes. That's the entire point of the housing strategy we just implemented. This is just as premature at best. We haven't even had the time to see how that has impacted homelessness in Aurora. If we are chasing more than, taglines or, buzzwords around homelessness, what I did when this first came up is I actually spoke to staff around what the issues they were experiencing. If you recall, we experienced a 3 times increase in the volume of just complaints to the city of Aurora on the issue. So it's not that there's necessarily 3 times the occurrence, it's just that's how many people are contacting our staff. As a result, we included a new full-time employee specifically to reduce the red tape internally around our procedures around homelessness and addressing it, creating a more efficient process, specifically dedicated to addressing that increase in constituents that are connecting and complaining to the city. They've been hired for not even a month at this point. So we haven't even seen the impact of how that alleviates that bottleneck, because that was a legitimate bottleneck that our staff pointed to and us being able to respond in an efficient manner. And that's part of the issue, being really honest. We can't just lump things together. We actually have to investigate the data, and that's what the data is showing us, that we needed that additional staff capacity. We haven't yet had the amount of time to see the impact. So I have many opinions on this, as you guys have heard, but this is premature at best. But yeah, So that was another point that I felt was important to make.
Thank you. I just want to make a note that it is almost 10:30. We do also have a presentation from the, from Laura Hayes in the court. So just to be, respectful of staff time. So other comments?
Yes, Mayor
Councilmembers?
Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. So I guess I just want to close out my piece here by saying that I want us to take action. And you're right, our residents demand that we take action. And that's why I have for over a year, really since being on council, have been advocating for a housing first approach to homelessness. I'm hoping that we can stand up a pilot for a social housing program. I want us to follow the lead of cities across this globe that have actually solved this problem, or at the very least have dramatically reduced it while addressing a lot of other socioeconomic issues in their communities. I think we should follow the evidence. And what this is, I would not consider this action. This is political theater with a fiscal note at the very, very best. And given the mountains of evidence that we have that these kinds of policies do nothing more than allow politicians to take a victory lap and pretend they did something while setting money on fire, I feel very confident saying that this is dishonest at very best when we're interacting with the public, because we know better. Everyone up on this virtual dais knows better, and our city deserves better than this kind of crap.
Any other council members?
I'm sorry, I do have a last question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Thank you for entertaining the thoroughness of my questions. So am I correct in understanding that this would be coming up for a vote at our next regular city council meeting on the 14th? Getting a head nod. Okay. Is it also true that city council will be in person, but residents will not be allowed to be in person?
Yes, that is true. We are looking to bring the public in at a future meeting.
Okay, so I have concerns with just that situation. I don't know if it was intentional or not. I know the mayor and yourself kind of set that up. So I won't assume I won't assume negative intentions there.
But also in consultation with city staff.
Sure. Well, like I said, I won't assume negative intentions, but optically speaking, the fact that we are bringing up a very politically charged conversation during a meeting that we are not allowing the public to be in person. I understand they can be virtual, but I just think it's different allowing folks to show up in person as opposed to being virtual. So I don't know. I just think that optically looks really odd, and I would support postponing until we can get more the ability to have the public weigh in person. As opposed to them being separated and having only the virtual platform in the future.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Zvonek.
Yeah, you know what, Councilmember Rio, I agree. Let's open it up to the public. If we can have 70 some odd thousand people at Denver Broncos Stadium on a Sunday, let's open the city building on the 14th and allow the public to come and testify for and against it. Happy to have that conversation with the public.
So I will just interject here that there is a concern that we would have so many, with COVID. I know the mask mandate has been lifted, but I believe there was concern from staff on capacity in the council chambers for people being right next to each other with no masks. So I don't know if staff wants to address that.
Well, I just want to honor that you had those questions, those conversations, and that's an informed kind of decision. So, I wouldn't want to rush that per se, but I also wouldn't want to rush this very important vote if that is a legitimate concern. I'm not going to pretend like I know all of the intricacies about our capacity, or, I understand, kind of these larger things that are out of control around mask mandates. I want to be very sensitive to that. So by no means am I saying let's absolutely open it up to the public, but if we're not allowing the public to speak at that meeting, can we postpone this conversation till a later date?
If we can, so we are looking at 7C and 7D. 7C is the camping ban ordinance. 7D is the resolution to provide shelter options in conjunction with the camping ban. Any final comments before this will go to, obviously, to the next council meeting, and further discussion can happen at that meeting as well. Okay, so any objections to moving this forward?
Yes.
Well, I object.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Murillo, Councilmember Marcano,
Councilmember Medina.
Coombs, Medina. Any others? Okay, that is not enough, so it will move forward. And Mayor, I will return the virtual gavel back to you.
Well, okay, so I'm assuming both then move forward, the resolution and the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay, very well. Presentation on Judicial Performance Commission process presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. This is Sean Day, presiding judge. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank 3 of our community members who are here in the meeting tonight, who serve on the Judicial Performance Commission. We have Chairman John Han, who will present tonight. In addition, we have Commissioner Nicholson, Commissioner Stafford, who are also on tonight's meeting. I'd just like to thank Commissioner Malcolm, Commissioner Kennedy as well for their service on the Judicial Performance Commission. I know Chairman Han is going to need privileges for his presentation. I'll turn it over to Chairman Han.
Thank you, Judge Day, Mayor Kaufman, City Council members. Thanks for giving us the invitation to talk to you tonight about the Judicial Performance Commission. The purpose of the Judicial Performance Commission is chartered under the city statutes, under the city code. And a good summary is as follows. We maintain and improve the quality of judges' performance. We compile a great deal of information about the judges from a variety of sources, one of which is a survey that I believe city council members have recently received. It's about an 80-page compilation of survey results from citizens, jurors, attorneys, even court administrators and law enforcement. And our purpose is to develop a variety of techniques to evaluate the judges. We follow up on this by providing a report to City Council, the various different reports that we have, plus letters and evaluations for each judge that go to you every other year. This is not a retention year, as we call it. This is a non-retention year, but next year will be, and we'll be providing a recommendation on each judge for the City Council. Those recommendations can be reappoint the judge, do not reappoint the judge, or no opinion. And we can also give a more detailed explanation if we'd like to. It's also important to know that the Judicial Performance Commission is not an appeals or judicial decision review commission. We strictly evaluate the judges because there are a lot of judicial avenues in play to pursue if a judge's decision needs to be analyzed. Here are some of our evaluation sources. We do these statistical surveys that are compiled by a market research organization on an annual basis. They come from about 400 to 600 questionnaires, which are returned to the Judicial Performance Commission. And interestingly, the majority of those questionnaires come from jurors typically, not from attorneys, law enforcement, or other sources. Annually, we interview the judges to get an idea of how they're feeling about their work, some of the challenges they face. We do not tell judges, what we think of their opinions or anything like that, but we do ask some very pointed questions. And at times, we'll review a judge's performance on a specific case by looking into transcripts and other things we can get our hands on to see if the judge's performance meets 23 different criteria that you'll find attached inside that statistical study. Also, judges can do self-evaluations for us. They can respond to if they choose. The commissioners are regularly in the courtroom watching cases, getting to know how the judges work, what their style is, even some of their key abilities, and sometimes some of their challenges. And then we have executive sessions, sometimes at every meeting, which is the second Saturday of the month from March through October, roughly. The commission has an interesting composition: 4 attorneys, 4 non-attorneys, and 3 attorneys. We are in a hunt for a couple of extra attorneys at this point. We're actively recruiting. All of the commissioners have a unique mix of skills, and Commissioner Wesley Nicholson is on tonight, and if he can be recognized so he can talk, I'll allow him to introduce himself. Maybe Wesley had to leave us. Our vice chair is Debbie Stafford.
And good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to join you. And it's been an honor to serve on the commission. And I have to tell you, I am so proud of the bench in Aurora and how they've managed the challenges of COVID. And I come not only with some public policy background, but also as a domestic violence counselor working with offenders. So I really appreciate what I believe is the respectful and fair process that most people receive in our courts. And thank you for allowing us to join you tonight.
I wanted to talk a little more about Debbie and some things she didn't mention. She is a very gifted mental health practitioner, and she's very handy to have on the commission because judges often deal with people who have mental health issues, and I think she brings a lot to the table in helping us to see the complexity of that. I'm John Hain, the chairman, and my background is mainly market research, business analysis, and business planning. I've been doing that for about 30 years. Our newest member is Yasmin Kennedy. She just joined us a couple of months ago. I'd like to walk you through a quick exercise that shows you the value of the commission. So here I'm comparing 2 judges. For Judge Abel, 40 questionnaires were returned. That's not enough to be statistically significant, but we can use that to develop some clues about Judge Abel's behavior. 75% of people favor his retention. He has an increase in his retention rating from last year. His mean skill rating went up. And some of the comments are, we get a mix of comments, verbatim comments about judges. He's an excellent judge, or I have no confidence in him. And you can go on reading the rest. On the other side is Judge Baker. He has 33 questionnaires returned, but only 47% favor his retention. He has a 28% decrease in retention rating from last year. his skill rating has gone down to 3.3. And again, we received a lot of a diversity of comments about different judges. Sometimes they're actually obscene, but we filter through those. So which judge is the best one? It would seem that Judge Abel is the best judge of the two. But this was kind of a false exercise, and I set it up that way for this reason. It's the same judge. It's just a judge 2 different years on a different assignment. And the reason Judge Baker's scores have gone down is that now Judge Abel has a new assignment where he's being evaluated more severely by attorneys. More attorneys are evaluating him than Judge Abel, who had jury trials the year before. Jurors tend to write glowing reports about judges, whereas law enforcement and attorneys typically rate judges much more critically. And because of the tools that we use, the evaluations that we give the judges, our interviews, our in-court presence, the Judicial Performance Commission is able to really separate these issues out. And I'd like to open it for questions.
Questions?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for a very thorough presentation, and I think you guys do a wonderful job. I know it's you put a lot of hours into this, and being very objective, and I appreciate it. And thank you for staying up so late.
Thank you, Council Member.
Further questions, comments? Seeing none, I want to thank you. Thanks, Judge Day, for setting this up. Thank you all for what you do. I really appreciate it. Really meaningful, very important work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support, Mayor.
With that, there are no further items before council. Meeting is adjourned.
All right, good night, y'all.